Howdy doody, howdy doody.
Howdy
What's on,
doody,
y'all?
cutie patooties. Let me see your booty.
Max has got the mood lighting. I felt lazy today. I figured we're not doing the normal stream. I just want to do all that, but I do got the red cup. I'm representing something. Got a little red going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Baba Booey.
I know what you mean.
Mm-hmm. Good chat's caught up on Daredevil.
Who we got even in chat? We got Deke, who's I'm going to turn this car around, so help me God.
We got J.D. Vance. We got Miles Teller. We got Papa Roach.
All in chat. NJ98. Can't believe there are 98 NJs. That's crazy.
It's real wild.
I was born there weren't any. See a Daredevil season. Daredevil episode 5-6. Daredevil mid-season.
We're at the mid-season point. How you feeling? But before we get into, I guess, what we just watched, 5 and 6. Yeah, it was 5 and 6. I mean, how are you feeling so far in general? At the mid-season point.
I think I'm feeling good. I mean, it's taken its time getting back into Daredevil stuff. Because it is like a soft reset of Daredevil, so I expected it to take a little bit to get straight into it. But I like the pace of how it got there. I don't think it took too long. I don't think it was rushed. I've liked every episode so far, so.
Interesting. I have one episode that I definitely didn't really like that we're about to talk about. Outside of that, I do feel good about it. I think it's interesting because it does feel like a mix of things. There is definitely that little bit of a hit of Netflix Marvel in there. You get Netflix Daredevil vibes. So I think you get Punisher vibes a little more just in terms of like narrative. But I'm also feeling a bit of like Hawkeye in here. And like a grittier version of that Hawkeye Echo kind of.
In some repeat characters.
Not just that, but then like a Hawkeye version of New York. Like I can see how they're trying to fold that in. Obviously, we'll get to like Swordsman popped up, which I liked because it was actually a more comic accurate kind of version of the character.
Mm-hmm.
But like, so I like that, but just making the world feel more like congruous to how it felt when you were watching Hawkeye in terms of New York. But yeah, generally I'm feeling pretty good about it. I think it's interesting to watch it knowing like they had filmed a bunch of episodes and it got the creative overhaul and all that stuff. Because it does kind of make my mind reel sometimes. I'm like, okay, maybe this was like shot before and no, this is... I mean, overall, I'm very much looking to season 2, but forward to season 2. I do like it so far, though. I'm enjoying it all so far. I think episodes 2 and 3 kind of cooked the most for me, but
Interesting.
The White Tiger arc I thought was strong.
Yeah, I agree. It was very strong, and I will say, yeah, some of the last 2 episodes, I said I like them. I agree with that. I still like them, but if if we were to say they were the weakest so far, or at least some of, like, there were aspects I thought were weaker in some of these 2 episodes, but it's still like relative to other fucking Disney MCU shows, which is like such a low bar. I don't know what I'm trying to say. It's for the weakest parts of the show are still pretty good, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes, but now that's why I feel like we could segue into. I mean, is everyone caught up here? Is NJ caught up? He caught up. I mean, unless you don't care about spoilers.
NJ mentioned episode 5. I don't know if he saw both yet because it was a dual release. NJ's caught up. NJ's probably the only one that cares. TBH.
Maybe so. Yeah. So I'll get right into it. Yeah, 5. I'm not gonna say it sucked, but I think it's interesting they dropped 5 and 6 at the same time. 5 was, I mean, could you count if you were playing a drinking game for how many times Kamala Khan's dad said the name Kamala? You'd be pretty buzzed by the end of the episode. It didn't suck, but it was a little whack comparatively. Yeah, it was kind of like this just bottle episode, a bank robbery episode that was like, okay, I guess we're doing this. It just felt a little tedious to me. Not bad, but in a way kind of felt the most like Disney Daredevil and we've gotten previously.
It did,
thus far, like, it was just, yeah, I don't know. I'll let you go on it before I...
It did somewhat step away, from the main narrative going on, and I see how it ties in. Obviously, it's like just yet another example where like police and law would not have fixed this.
Yeah.
Or they...
Well, first of all, I just think, okay, in the messaging of the season, which seems to be pretty like, I mean, it's pretty anti-cop and establishment and all that stuff. I mean, do we really give a fuck about banks, bro? I was joking about, like, I don't really, if I am in one of those situations, I'm probably just sitting down, y'all do whatever the fuck you want. I don't give a fuck. Take money, whatever you're doing. I mean, what does it really matter to me? No Negotiator was so doo-doo. Episode 5 needed to happen as a pre-crux to Force Max. Doubly done. Yeah. Dude literally seemed fucking clueless about the... Yeah. I think it justifies itself with the narrative propulsion of, like, him coming back into the Daredevil identity. However, one could argue that he was already about to get back into that life at episode 4. Like, episode 5 seemed to, like, just really be like... And also, though, he needs to, like, help people when they're getting, like, robbed and stuff. And then you get episode 6, which is then, like, it... And now, it's personal.
Mm-hmm.
Which, by the way, before we get into specifics of episode 6, I would say episode 6 was a banger. I thought that was, like... It was really good. Again, episode 5, it wasn't dog shit, but I definitely wasn't
it felt
clamoring for it. By the end of it, I was like, okay.
It could have been like a standalone comic book of Daredevil doing a thing. It's like tie-in with...
It definitely felt like
Marvel.
A one-shot, yeah.
That being said, though, I didn't hate it at all. I think the only thing that was a little weird was that Kamala Khan's dad never was like, what the fuck? What?
Also, I mean, he mentions his daughter. He drops her name about 73 times in dialogue throughout the episode, but doesn't once mention, like, his son or his son's wife or whatever. If you actually like that, just seemed weird to me too. But yeah, that was all just... I think it all could have worked fine if you just, like, he only needed to mention that once or twice or whatever, and it was done. But it was like, I felt it was a little excessive. But every scene he was in, he's like, I need to get home to my daughter. I love, my daughter, Kamala Khan.
I think Matt
Kamala
mentioned
Khan.
it more than her.
Huh?
Matt mentioned it more than he did. He was like, just stay calm. You're going to see your daughter again.
Well, yeah, he said, but dude, I swear to God, if you go back and watch it, he said her name more than 10 times, at least more than 10 times.
I think between the two of them, they said it a lot, but I think Matt also just set it up like as the one thing to cling to get this guy to do anything.
Sure.
Let's read some of this. Filler, because it's a bottle, it felt like filler. So yeah, a little fillery. I think if I was just Matt, Kamala's dad, and stuff in the bank, it would have been fine. Having the cop stuff outside was what I thought sucked.
The cop stuff outside was more just like, indicative of the genre they were doing. Doing this like bank heist episode. There's got to be a hostage negotiator and all that stuff. It was fine, but I guess I agree with the fact that the negotiator was lame. And then she pulled that joke out of nowhere, and that was another thing that I was kind of like eye rolling by the end of it. Is like she's asking everybody who knows a funny joke, because the dude running the heist is like, if you tell me a funny joke, I'll let 3 people go. You got 1 minute. She's going, oh, who knows a funny joke? Nobody says anything. So then out of her ass, she pulls out an old Irish joke. That was like,
why'd you know that?
Like, why wouldn't you just say that? Anyway,
Did you hear that
whatever.
this morning from your Irish neighbor or something?
Yeah.
I think it would be more interesting if they were talking with the cops. You could just see them talking outside the window. That would make it more dramatic. At least it would be having an unknown of like what the cops are gonna do. Yeah, I could see it if they just kept it from Matt's perspective and what he could hear. Like I'm sure if he wanted to listen and just you'd pick out the key details of what's going on, like 2 hostages and then 2 people go out. It's like 10 minutes. That would make it a little less goofy. I didn't really mind the goof as much, but I get it. I get the criticism. His daughter was running for president. That's not true. Wasn't the person that wrote.
I did not know this, NJ, but it appears that you are correct that this was a CW writer, which I find interesting considering Dario Scartapone, who's the head writer who developed it, and he did Punisher. I think that's interesting. They just gave. I guess it feels like a gritty. It feels like an Arrow episode, kind of to me. I mean, it was. It felt out of place. I don't know. It was hard. If that is true, and I think you're probably right. I think it puts the finger on something I was feeling throughout the whole thing of just the weird the dialogue and the way it all moved, and it was like, okay, what is this all about?
Felt a little cartoonishly superhero. Like they were
and Matt was kind of
tropes.
cartoonish for some. He's standing up the whole time, and the one person's like, you're gonna get us all killed. Sit down, and he's like, why don't you take me to the bathroom? He just acted very cool guy, like more so than he usually. It was just like a touch more than he usually acts. Because he usually, he'll be like badass, whatever, but it's typically in a more like aggressive way. Like when you see in episode 3 when he like presses the cop against the fucking, or maybe it was 4, when he puts the cop against the wall. Here it was more just like, that actually I'm like the sickest guy in the world. Where can I take a piss? So I don't know.
Take a piss.
It was just a vibe thing.
Yeah. No, he was being a little edgelordy. He's like, yeah, I feel the gun on my forehead. Pull the trigger, bitch.
Yeah. I was feeling it. Predator said she was responsible for a fair few episodes of Arrow, Flash, and Legends of Tomorrow that were okay. I've talked about that. I actually kind of like Legends of Tomorrow, but because it was very tongue-in-cheek, I liked the fact that it was kind of a satire.
I did like a moment in the little stairwell fight. I enjoyed like you could that was more of like
Stairwell fight was fun in general too, but.
And that was kind of cool. You could tell like in the fight, like obviously if Matt wanted to, he could end this fight in half a second, but he was really trying to just knock the guy out quietly. And like with the whole like dragging him down to get the shotgun and like
there was fun
choreography
in that. I loved that moment too. Yeah, pulling him down, it falls, he grabs it. That was fun.
That's pretty sick.
Still
on season 2, guys.
For story editing, most of the first season of The Flash. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't notice that was on me. I didn't pay attention, I guess, to the writer in the beginning. I guess skip the intro and just. A dark CW episode is very different to a dark Daredevil episode. Very true. It was fine. It wasn't awful. It wasn't great. It wasn't okay. I agree. That's what I'm saying. I guess because I'm saying like everything so far, all the other episodes so far, I think have been good or great. This was meh. That was like a solid meh. Had some fun moments, but was just kind of like, oh, all right, sure. It was okay. I just want some more cohesion between the episodes in terms of themes and that. Agreed.
Yeah,
agreed. That was what I was saying earlier, though. Was like it's been interesting to watch how like, look, and I give it up. This is why I mentioned the showrunner so much, is because like he had a very hard. It was a difficult task out of this show and rework. Like you're forced to rework some things because it's like, hey, we already bought a bunch of these like fucking props and made a bunch of costumes and shit. Like, can you figure a way to, like make this work? Yeah. And so, it does feel sometimes like he's making things that were already there work. He's trying to, reconfigure pieces of a puzzle that was already, you know what I mean? And sometimes I think you can kind of tell. And that was an episode where it was like, yeah, this just feels like they already were contracted to have Kamala Khan's dad in an episode or something. I don't know. It was a little disorienting. So frustrating because the episode could have been so busted, I guess. But again, I mean, I think the whole like heist bottle episodes are so played out. That is like some CW shit. Like every single one of those shows had at least one episode a season that was like, they're robbing the bank and they got hostages. They're robbing the bank and my girlfriend's dad's inside. Or whatever, it was like one of those, it just felt like that kind of to me immediately. I was like, okay, we're doing this, I guess. But still it was, a hair up. And like, I forgot who pointed it out, but like, a dark CW episode, a dark...
That was NJ.
Whatever, like it's still better, but it still had, there was a whiff of, there's a little whiff of the CW-ness going on here.
NJ mentioned here, even when Matt beat up the dude at the end of the episode, it didn't feel as earned. For real, had me tweaking. I agree.
I mean, I don't know the exact purpose of why he even beat him up, other than he broke his leg too. It was a cool shot.
The ending was a little odd because it's like he kicked the shit out of this guy, and then he took the diamond and gave it to
what the hell's he? I mean,
his name?
I don't know.
But like,
especially if you have seen the Marvels, like, didn't Captain Marvel like build him a new house or something? I don't know. I mean, I barely remember that fucking. It just feels like.
Didn't he pick up on the fact that these guys were working for someone, and that they wanted them to rob an entire bank to get this one gem? And it's like, here, guy, you can have this gem. No one knows where it is, but you can have it.
Yeah.
No danger associated here. They're not going to come looking for it from the guy who like opened the vault.
Right, exactly. That was like this isn't gonna. No one's gonna try and follow up on this.
No,
especially though when you had like the twist reveal of the one hostage who ended up it was an inside man or whatever, like whatever.
Yeah, the lady. Was she the one that said, like, I bet they're after diamonds? Or was that someone else?
Yeah.
It was, okay.
I think she was, yeah. She had a bunch of random lines, which is probably how you should have been able to block it, I guess. I could be wrong too, but wasn't the guy who was hostage in that episode the worker in the next episode, the sanitation worker?
He could have been. I wasn't
I could
paying
be
enough
wrong. It
attention
could have
to,
just
like,
been another old white-haired white guy, but
yeah.
I thought maybe it was. Anyway, yeah, so that episode had some interesting moments. You know, had the minor story moving points of like the conflict with Luca and, you know, Kingpin and Vanessa's reign, you know, where they stand in this this battle of the crime lords or whatever the fuck that's going on. And then you know, helping to motivate Matt back into Daredevil. But still, those justifications felt pretty weak by the end of an episode that, yeah, I think felt a little bit like elevated CW business. So that was that. Now, here we go, though. Episode 6. You know what I'm saying?
Pretty good.
Episode 6. That was cooking. Now we're cooking here. Pretty good, pretty off the bat, I thought. See, this Bung said kind of what I said too, though, about like the redundancy of episode 5. I was like, the end of episode 4, it feels like he's right there. I wouldn't say he already made up his mind, but he's right there.
He's ready to.
And then 5 was like, okay, especially then if you're going to do 6. So yeah, 6. You know, you have Hector Ayala's niece. I think in the comics it's his younger sister takes the mantle of White Tiger, but I think here they're doing the niece. They're setting that up for like Young Avengers or something. But I could be wrong on that. It's been a minute since I read all that stuff. But still, I thought it was a pretty good plot line. The stuff with Muse, I've been like, they've been edging me for it this whole season. It's like I've been waiting for this Muse stuff because I think the character is very interesting. I've liked like the Easter eggs they've put out for, not even Easter eggs, but the little pieces of groundwork throughout the season for the character. So I've been really waiting for him, and it definitely didn't disappoint. Although I don't know where we're necessarily going to go with it. Liked the Kingpin stuff. I mean, I liked almost everything about this episode, episode 6.
Yeah, I mean, it showed like obviously it was showing parallels between Kingpin and Matt again, you know, both visually and what they were dealing with. Like Kingpin's like, I'm trying to be the mayor, trying to be like doing things, you know, somewhat by the book to change shit, even if it's for his own personal gain. But then like still fucking beat the shit out of Adam, and like I don't know if he killed him or nearly killed him in the little prison cell.
Yeah. I mean,
and then Matt's like, you know, he's got to struggle with the fact he can't change stuff as a lawyer all the time. Like,
I would say that's something that even the Netflix series, sometimes I'd be like, really, when people would just be alive, like, no, you see stories in real life of like people dying because they got punched one time too hard. They just died.
Yeah.
But like that happens. That's what happens in real life. And then these shows, you know, these people get beat.
Yeah, some of these fights,
hell,
you can't
and
really
like,
think about that. It's like in the
I mean, you got to just suspend the disbelief. But
the couple of fights Matt's had in these last 2 episodes where he's fighting someone and just punches them in the face like 3 or 4 times, and they're just like, oh, and then they punch him in the face a couple times.
Yeah. Like,
shouldn't you be stumbling?
Yeah, but overall, I mean, all the story. I like all the pieces that are in place right now, like this Punisher gang of cops that this is going to use to his advantage. I mean,
having a personal task force in the police that don't answer.
It's so corrupt. It's so
pretty,
fucked. It's so stupid. But it's also pretty reflective of like.
Yeah, it's pretty relevant.
I mean,
you're gonna find the people we don't want in the city, and you're gonna deal with them. It doesn't really matter how you do it. You're gonna send them to El Salvador. I mean, prison.
Yeah, Guantanamo, Rikers, whatever you want.
A couple of things I just said here really quick. Full bank heist didn't need to be an episode. If it was half an episode, I was thinking about it while we were talking. If they reworked the episode a little bit, I think it would have worked better after episode 6. After he went full Daredevil and was just like, fuck it, and back into it. Because he didn't really seem to hesitate much in this episode in terms of just getting in there and doing stuff. But then again, it would serve no real purpose at that point. It would just, like, if it was a half an episode kind of thing just going on to, like, lead into something else, maybe. But
I mean, as it stands, it barely serves a purpose. I mean, that was kind of my argument. It was like, it sort of does, but all this shit was going to happen anyway. Okay, so we get to episode 6. Towards the beginning, you have Kingpin is going into his office, his mayoral office, and Luca is waiting for him there. And it's like, Luca was already pissed the 2 episodes before, but like, I guess we can justify that now. He's especially on one because he didn't get whatever diamond he was going to get or whatever. But that said, in terms of just like fucking up Kingpin's view of his own self or how he exists now, like playing with pushing Kingpin's buttons in this episode particularly really worked for me. Kingpin's like all his scenes I thought were pretty well done, but starting with this confrontation with Luca was like, at the end of that scene, I'm gunning like, I can't wait till he fucks him up, which is terrible because he's a bad guy, but it's like, he's gonna figure out a way to fuck him up. I do find it interesting though that it's like a guy like Luca, you know, these other crime lords are just forgetting that he was like the scariest, most sadistic fucking.
Yeah, he's insane, and he's
one of them all, and now
they're
just, yeah, well, fuck you. Who cares? Like, all right, this is not gonna end well.
And Muse's costume looks so fucking sick. I agree. I think they did with Muse what they were almost trying to do with fucking Brainiac over there and Captain America. Like, make him look like a serial killer. Like, he is a serial killer, obviously, in this, but fucking what's his face in already forgot his name. In
the leader?
The leader in Captain America, just like I got what they're going for, but
fucking head, dude. I mean,
yeah, like Jason without the mask and with a tiny little body. But yeah, Muse looked awesome, and I also liked how in their little fight at the end, he just like wasn't good at fighting. Like, Muse was getting his ass kicked.
Well, no, I still have a problem with that. I think
he's an artist.
He was too good.
I think
you could be like, he was getting his ass kicked, but then he was also like then doing like fucking kick flips and like it was still felt like too choreographed from him. Like, I felt like I needed Daredevil to show up and just beat the shit out of him, and then he still manages to get away. But like, it was too much of a fight for me. Especially, like, we've seen Muse without the mask. We've seen who he is. He's this fucking tiny.
Yeah, I get the choreography thing. MJ is surprised Daredevil's taken so many hits in episode 5 and 6.
I still thought he took too many hits against fucking. He's a skater boy.
Let me say this. In episode 6, I think he was taking the hits on purpose. Not to be like literally just to hype himself up. Like you could see him getting kicked in the face and he'd spit the blood out and he'd get hit in the face again, spit the blood out, and then he screamed.
Yeah.
Like they could have probably showed that better, but it just seemed like he was just getting hit in the face just to be like pump himself up in the moment. Like he hasn't been Daredevil in like a year and a half. He's like, I need this shit. It's like doing heroin.
Yeah, I hear you. I guess I get what you're saying. I still
Episode
think
5 I didn't get though.
I still thought Muse just had a few too clean moves. It was a little too like, all right,
if
come
he was just
on.
throwing punches and like slashing with the knife, that'd be one thing.
Yeah, I needed him. I wanted it to feel like he's more erratic, and then he just gets his fucking ass kicked. Yeah, like NJ says, I agree. It needed Daredevil to just bumbleclop Muse. Like, yeah, for sure. Like that's what I was like. Just have him show up, and this fucking serial killer dude who's clearly aesthetically mimicking like some of their looks just gets his fucking shit rocked, and you can still end it the same way they ended it, where it was like Daredevil leaves him after knocking him out to save the girl, and that's how he slips away. Like, still do that, but he needed to just ether him. I thought it was a little too. That bothered me at the end. Like, what does this kid know about fighting? Daredevil's a fucking. Might as well be a ninja. You know, I mean.
He kind of is.
This is what I'm saying. I mean, he's trained by stick and in the whatever. It's like there's no way that this fucking little skater twink kid is even getting any licks in. And then it's like I get what you're saying, but then on top of that, whatever, with the little choreography bits of doing a little flip and a little kick or whatever. Like, no, dude. That was a little silly. It's a little silly. But you got Papa. He is a Catholic. They like pain and punishment. I think that's literally relevant, though. That's what I'm saying. I see your point with that. I just think, like him taking licks, I'm fine with that. I just needed then Muse's choreography in doing so to be like a little less clean. Not that it wasn't like excessive. It was just a little too like, where did this kid learn to?
He was professionally reacting to what Matt was doing to such an extent it didn't make sense. Like Matt was doing a flip and kicking him in the head, and he was like,
"Yeah, I'm like, did this dude? Did he do like jiu-jitsu or something? Like what?" It just felt like he still had some kind of.
So I guess right at the beginning of the fight, he gets on the floor and like gets into guard position.
Yeah.
Is it confirmed that Muse is?
NJ, I'm pretty sure it is. I don't think he has any powers in this universe, any abilities, which I'm fine with. Again, I could be wrong. It could be a big reveal, but
what are his comic powers?
It looked better and felt. Yeah, the knife that was that's what I'm talking about too. Like him with a knife, just like going at him. That's fine. Like do that, but I don't need him.
In the comics, Daredevil can't detect his presence. I'm not sure how they'd even begin to explain that in the show.
Yeah, it's like I think it's
just magic.
Something to do with like the way he moves, and it's like he can't be tracked or he imperceptibility. He uses body acts like a vortex. Yeah, he appears to move faster than the human eye can see. And they don't need to do all that.
It's fucking some Naruto bullshit.
Yeah, well, because it's already on top of... I'm fine with just the serial killer angle, and clearly this guy who has this distorted view of vigilantism. I think that's interesting to do that story while you're also doing the cops. building up this Punisher iconography when they have no clue.
Oh, Bung's saying this again. I forgot to react to this earlier. Sorry, Bung. I completely agree with what you're saying. When Cherry said that in episode 6, like, just leave this to the cops, man. That made literally no sense at all.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck do you mean leave this to the cops? 60 people are dead. And they just found out about this.
Right.
And what did you expect them to do?
And also,
look
Cherry's
for a
the
serial
one
killer?
who, in the first episode, was
NYPD
like,
doesn't do that.
I'm over this because everyone's so ass. Like, you know, I mean,
It would
yeah,
be
Cherry.
cathartic if they have a dialogue where Matt is like, you're completely wrong in this sense. Like you're just fucking dumb. We've seen
Cherry's a
over the
weird
last
character because he just feels like he's kind of just there to be the
devil's advocate, the guy to talk to in the scene.
Yeah, to bounce
Sorry,
whatever
I did a pun.
Matt does or doesn't need to hear in a scene is gonna be what Cherry's saying, you know. Like,
yeah.
So
Might as well
I mean,
be
but
a
I
chat
don't know.
GPT. It's advised that you don't be a vigilante and fight crime. If you suspect a crime being committed, dial 911. Thanks, Jerry GPT. Muse has Genjutsu in the comics. Oh, good. That's cool. That doesn't make any sense.
I don't know what he's gonna do about his girl. I don't really know where that storyline's headed.
Matt's therapist girlfriend.
Yeah. And it was like, I think they did that love story decently, but I don't know. I don't know where it's really going.
It feels like a short-term relationship to me. It's just like neither of them seem super into it. If that makes sense. They're just
Is that
like,
just a chemistry thing, though? I mean,
yeah, I don't know. She's like, I'm a therapist and I've got shit to do. And you're doing shit too, and like whatever. We're doing our own lives, you know. It feels like casual without them even saying it's casual. But in terms of the story and where she fits, maybe it'll be something like Fisk takes her hostage. Or
yeah, it feels like just a setup for at the end Fisk to hold it over Matt in some way. She feels like setting up that plot device. But again, like, it's not like her character feels completely purposeless. It's just, it feels like that it's kind of teetering out a little. You know, they set up she's the marriage counselor for Fisk's, and she's dating Matt. And now in this last episode, I'm writing this book, and it's about vigilantes. Can you help me with it? Whatever. And it was like, oh, okay, is that gonna go anywhere? I kind of hope it doesn't. I don't really. Let me say this too, though. Where the fuck is Spider-Man, bro? I know that we got the whole Sony problem. Like, you know, he's not allowed to actually show up in any of these shows, live action. They got to do something. They got to explain something because nobody, and they have this BB report and shit going on, like, nobody's really giving any answers to that. We got one thing, like, Kingpin referencing him once, but all this crazy shit.
Do you feel safe on the streets? And then they're like, no, some women got abducted.
No one's protecting us. No one's saving us out here in the streets. It's like,
this neighborhood is not friendly.
There's no Spider-Man. Yeah, that's exactly, dude. Like, why? Where the fuck is Spider-Man, bro?
It's been 3 years.
Like, he should at least. People should be at least referencing, like, look, at least we got the Spider Guy in the sky or something, you know, about, like, at least we got the Spider Guy keeping us from getting mugged or some shit, you know. But it's like the lack of any acknowledgement is like, damn, what the hell is going on with that right now? Because also, well, I'll get to this in a second. I'll read these comments. Joe Ronnie says I'm into it. Relationship. NJ says cat.
Talking about Shaggy.
Hello.
I like Fisk's dialogue to his captive. He was like, "You and I are bound in experience now," but he's actually talking to Daredevil, who's mimicking his actions at the exact moment they're both getting back on the saddle.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that sequence worked really well, cutting back and forth between the two of them. I will say, though, it still does highlight, because I thought about this in relation to how, in this same episode, Fisk is setting up this anti-vigilante task force or whatever. And then at the end, Fisk is beating the shit out of this Adam dude, and it's cutting between him embracing his true nature and Daredevil and showing the parallels between them. And it's like, Fisk really hasn't figured out the parallel between the two of them, because he alluded that he kind of had in the first episode, like, you and I are same, whatever, you know. But then it's like, he doesn't see that. I mean, at this point, it's like, why does he fucking hate people in mass that much still? Feels a little contrived, but I can get, I got it. You know? It is what it is.
I mean, they fucked up his whole career several times over.
Right, yeah. I mean, it's like, yeah.
But nothing in this show has like, nothing specifically in the show has been like, fucked him over in terms of a vigilante. But, you know, you see in the Netflix Daredevil, you know, season 1, it's like the whole thing is,
yeah, I mean, it's like Daredevil fucks his whole
operation.
fucking shit up, but then that's what led to like Bullseye and all that shit too. Though it's like, isn't enough at certain point? Isn't that your whole point? I guess it's like that's part of this point of the season is old habits die hard or whatever. But it's still just then like when you've realized the parallels too, and then now you're in this mayoral position where there's a fucking serial killer and all this shit. You're still then like, and also, oh, superheroes. It still feels a little comic-y, but it's fine. I got it.
Spider-Man got promoted. He don't care about poor people anymore. He never cared. He never cared about poor people. I woke up in a new Bugatti! Spider-Man went to like a nice high school, went on a class field trip to like a nice place in a nice hotel. His girlfriend was rich.
Yeah.
And then he went to Europe.
Well, we all know MCU Spider-Man's whack too, though. So, I mean, this just adds to how wacky it is. It is what it is.
Yeah, you'd think he'd be helping more now he's poor and has nothing.
Just focused on his studies right now or something, I guess.
You know, he could be doing Spider-Man 2 right now. He could be just like, I'm in college and I'm
could be in that Spider-Man 2
with Doc Connor.
I mentioned this earlier though, but I did like the swordsman stuff. A little footage of swordsman, and then his scene with Fisk was good. I liked him coming back and feeling more in step with that character was solid. I mean, I think he's going to be in more episodes. I'm hoping he is. But it's like we can get a shout out of like, hey, look at the swords. I guess, did you see this? There's a swordsman on the street, and no one's like, hey, did you see Spider-Man?
Yeah, it's interesting. Like the more time goes on, it's like there's so many superheroes in New York City. When you like, what are they even gonna do? Not like the superheroes.
Right. I mean, it's
Marvel
like
going to do in terms of having all these fucking people live in the tri-state area.
Yeah,
there's all this
I
shit
mean,
happening
well,
all the
it's
time.
fair. It's somewhat fair though because MCU New York City is like MCU Gotham, which makes sense because I mean, you know, New York City is kind of Gotham, but
Yeah,
still,
I mean, in terms
it's like
of
so
having,
exaggerated or I guess in Marvel in general, not MCU necessarily, but like in Marvel comics even, like it's like New York is like just always fucked. So they have all these heroes, but
in terms of having more than one hero in the same thing at a time, I'm just wondering what they're gonna do. Like, is there gonna be a bunch of people in like, is it? That's the thing we're complaining about with Spider-Man. Is like, why isn't he here? But also, why
yeah.
isn't any of the other people who are in New York right now doing anything? Like, just, I guess, are there just like no heroic heroes in New York City right now, other than Daredevil? Or are they all just
Who
kind of like,
was tapped out for.
yeah, just
I
tapped
mean,
out?
I think the argument of the show is maybe that Daredevil is the ultimate New York hero, which though is then still like that's sus for Spider-Man, though.
Yeah,
It's still not making
disregard the
Spider-Man
most
look.
disregard the most
Still not
popular
making
IP in the
Iron
whole
Man
world.
Jr. look good. I mean, whatever. I did like though. Speaking on that, when is it what's her name, Isabel or I forget what it is, but Hector Ayala's niece,
Hmm.
when he saves her at the end, and she says like Daredevil or whatever, and she's like comforted by his image,
Mm-hmm.
and he whatever he said like yeah I'm here was
He said it
like
twice. Like,
oh that's
I'm
yeah
here.
it was like
Or
that's
something.
kind of dope like yeah he's he is like that boy bro.
Mm-hmm.
The people want Daredevil like he is their hero. And I liked that moment of like it reminded me almost of the moment from the end of the Batman when it was like him realizing his image is greater than just beating people up at night. When he's looking at the person get life flighted or whatever,
Yeah, I mean that.
it reminded me of that. Like
You're,
Matt realizing, like, yeah, no, like people really
you're reminding
need
me
me.
of. I've been, you know, sadly, I've been over the last 2 days catching up on My Hero Academia. But one theme from the beginning of that is that All Might is like, a symbol of hope, and that's like his main thing.
Yeah.
That's like the main thing about him. He's a symbol. That's the important part. Like he also does all the cool shit, but like he inspires other people. Typically, it's kind of explained away. No one else cares to touch on Hell's Kitchen, and also the Avengers are too busy fighting aliens and causing property damage to actually stop rapes and murder. Legit, the heroes are almost bad as cops. Like, goddamn, there's so many crimes with that many heroes around.
Facts.
Yeah.
That's a good point though about like Daredevil is like the people's hero when it comes to like the nitty gritty, like the nasty stuff, like what he just prevented a serial killer from killing this person. And it's like Spider-Man usually doesn't do shit that dark. He's not usually making rescues that are as dark as that. He's very
Dealing with the
up to
bank
day.
heist in episode 5.
He's the hero of the day, and Daredevil's the hero of the night, kind of thing. But still, I mean, where the fuck is he at right now?
Episode 5 would have been a great opportunity for Spider-Man to show up. You just have Matt being like, I'm not doing Daredevil right now, and then write it differently so he doesn't have an opportunity to beat the guy up in the stairwell. And then right when someone's about to get shot in the head, Spider-Man bursts through the window and it's like, I'm Spider-Man. This is my show. I'm a vigilante and I
He
save
gives
the
some
day.
one-liner.
Only one of you guys is wearing green, huh?
Looks like I got here in a pinch.
Yeah. Today's my lucky day. 5-leaf bank heist clover.
Yeah.
He punches a guy's head off.
Mom's whips.
Mamma mia!
But then Matt's like,
Um,
oh, I would have just fucking died if a vigilante didn't save my life.
Yeah.
But then have someone who's good at writing right
I
there.
guess you could argue that the girlfriend referenced it when she was like, "You've represented a lot of vigilantes, haven't you?" Because he has represented
Daredevil,
Punisher,
Frank
Spider-Man.
Well, no one knows about Spider-Man anymore, but yeah.
Well, that's what I was thinking, though. Does nobody know about that? But I feel like they do, but they don't. Nobody knows what it really was, or because you can't just erase days of. I
It
want
is
to know, like,
magic.
the exact way it works.
I think it's literally magic where every reference is either gone or replaced with something else. Because it was very much well, it's sorcery, I guess, but you know.
Spider-Man still exists,
Yeah, Spider-Man exists.
in people's memory.
No, I actually think anything pre No Way Home, I think is just gone. I think everyone's completely forgotten. They don't know who Spider-Man is. I feel like anything that's written down or recorded of Spider-Man is probably gone. That's my assumption of how No Way Home went.
I
And then he has
assume
to
that they
completely
had just
start over.
forgotten about Peter Parker, but everybody still knew who Spider-Man was. But Peter Parker was out of frame.
It could be, yeah. I guess I'd have to rewatch it. I haven't seen No Way Home in several years, so.
Well, so.
Peter Parker, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying too, NJ. Like, I'm pretty sure they still know who Spider-Man is because he has that big swing at the end where it seems like people see him in the sky still. It's like, oh, it's Spider-Man, But he's as Peter, he's living in the Dickey apartment or whatever, and nobody knows who he is.
Yeah. I just gotta watch No Way Home again. That's on me, guys. My bad. I'll cut a finger off.
Nut. Nut.
Knows. But still, I mean, he's slipping regardless right now.
Yeah, no, he's not doing good enough. He's probably out in the fucking Hudson pulling boats together every day. Doesn't have time for serial killers.
Yeah. And boats together.
Maybe he's raising Tony Stark's kid.
No.
That'd be funny.
He's doing shit for that kid. With Pepper Potts, Gwyneth Paltrow, and Goop.
Selling pussy goop. You can buy my pussy goop. Ooh, tell me about your pussy goop, Gwyneth Paltrow. Well, it's goop you put in your pussy, and that's it. Who knows what's in it? Especially with how much magic shit goes down, I think it's not out of the equation for everyone to even know that at one point they knew his identity and don't now.
Interesting.
I guess I'd have to literally rewatch the one scene. But they got Spider-Man diverting asteroids for the Guardians of the Galaxy and you're asking him to swing to Brooklyn. No, they don't actually. They don't have him doing that, actually. Joke failed.
Getting distracted. I'm looking up.
Porn. Yeah, I can tell. I can see it in your glasses. Yeah. I'm looking forward to the second half of the season.
Awooga.
I think it could tighten up. But
we got the chatter owned. We got a tease in that trailer. We're gonna get Punisher at some point. I have heard that we don't get a lot of him though. Like people thinking he was gonna show up all the time. I mean, I wasn't really. I guess I'm just expecting maybe in the finale, maybe the episode before, maybe like right at the end of
This week
second
was
to
a
last
double
episode, he
week,
shows up and then fights all the cops or something, like mows down all those fucking cops at the end, like fuck off or something. But
I think that Task Force is alluding to the Punisher special. When you say that, like, that's probably what the special is him dealing with this fucking Task Force.
yeah.
But in the middle of it, Spider-Man swings in and takes all their guns, and he's like, I'm here now.
I mean, John Berthel's been talking about this special, though, saying, like, he's making it... he's saying it's going to be, like, brutal and shit, so... I mean, I'm assuming it's going to be, like, their Halloween drop, you know? Like, they do something around Halloween every year. Which, by the way, I want more Werewolf by Night. Like, where the fuck is Werewolf by Night? I want him.
I don't know.
I want to pop up somewhere.
What if the Punisher special was the entire thing was one shot? It was like an hour long. That'd be crazy.
That would be sick.
That would be awesome and sick.
Marvel I actually
hired that idea.
I like that. I like that. Was this week a double drop or just forget to? Yes, it was a double drop. We were just saying there was a kind of mid episode, and then the other episode was very, very good. So.
Or blew up and acted like he don't know nobody. Yeah, that's what Spider-Man. New phone, who dis? Bro, it's Ned. I don't know, Ned. I like that the chief is like, wow, you got all the people that are bad and evil, and he still has them employed.
Right.
Police captain.
That's why the police captain. I'm like, bro, fuck off. But that was the whole thing with Fist, though, when he sussed and when the captain was like, "You're a disgrace, Wilson. I'm leaving. I'm retiring and fucking off." And then Kingpin was basically like, "Don't you literally have like a secret family? How about I just like fucking kill them?" It's like.
No, my wife can't know about my secret family that I don't beat.
Yeah.
That's the 60% that I keep safe. Yeah. No, NYPDs. Don't worry, they suck. Dill Pickle. Oh. What's up, Dill Pickle?
Dill Pickle. What's up, Dill Pickle?
Long time no see. We're
talking about Daredevil. Have you seen Daredevil? If you have not, you must return tomorrow when we do a action-packed. Or will be action-packed. We woke you at late night. Wednesday stream. Or hit late night stream.
We've been choreographing a fight.
Yeah.
Doesn't really work over Discord. I just keep hitting
40% of secret families never get to experience a real cop beating. Donate now.
Baba boy.
Donate now to the police union.
Dude, I will tell you one thing after watching all these episodes, dude. I'm ready to get that Punisher tattoo, dude, for sure. The Punisher tat just like right here or some shit.
Oh, the forearm, yeah.
Yeah, right here. A gun and pointing at the skull.
I was thinking like I get my gun here and then I get Punisher here. Got gun here.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then maybe some like thorny vines around it. And then flames behind Punisher.
Like roses coming out of it.
Yeah. The gun, because it's like life and death, you know?
Yeah, for sure, dude.
It can hurt you, but it's beautiful.
Beautiful.
And then Punisher's there because I love cops.
I'd rather just forget that melody. One melody. Shawnee is a melody in my head. What are you feeling though, Mike? Look, I'm feeling episode 5. Perfect timing because it's a 5 out of 10 for me. 5 out of 10.
I would probably give it 2 rate because it's so almost standalone that like if I took it without the context of it being Daredevil, it would be higher, but the fact that it is Daredevil in the middle of the show makes it lower. If that makes sense. But I guess I'd keep it in the context of the show. It'd make the most sense. But yeah, 5, maybe 6, just because like it really wasn't that terrible.
I think you liked it a little more than I did. But...
Yeah, I'd give it a 6, just because like I'll be honest, there's other issues reoccurring throughout all of Daredevil that I think are way worse than the things going on in that episode. I mean like Netflix Daredevil too. Like
yeah,
rewatching season 1 right now.
Sure.
Them shits was lengthy. That's a bigger issue than whatever the fuck this episode was. There's a lot of lengthy, useless nonsense in the earlier seasons of Netflix shit, but
season 4 or season 3 or whatever, fucking
even season 1 right now, honestly. Parts of it.
Season 1 dragged, but it had so much good faith built in. I thought that, like, I mean, the whole thing is season 1, he doesn't even fucking become Daredevil till or put on the real suit until the last episode.
Yeah.
It's 13 episodes, though. 13 hours of Daredevil in the black. Which the black costume is cool, but it's like, you know, you want to see Daredevil. I'm hold up to see Daredevil. Whatever.
Yeah.
It's still great television.
Yeah,
television.
For sure. I'm glad it happened. Daredevil's current GF reminds me of bisexual GF and most racist man alive, but Daredevil is the bisexual woman. She throws vigilantes like a slur and wants to meet the Punisher for an interview.
Interesting parallels there. I mean, I will follow that up. So yeah, we're closing the book on episode 5. I'm feeling 5 out of 10. You're feeling 6. We could talk a little bit more about episode 6, though. Yeah, that conversation was like, she's bringing up this vigilante shit, and then it was interesting when she's like, "Don't you know the Punisher? Can I interview the Punisher?" Like, her whole, "Oh no, I'm gonna psychologically analyze what makes these vigilantes tick." I don't know. I feel like this version of Daredevil is getting a little sticky in terms of the way that the public views, or like the morality of superheroism or whatever. Because also, like, what is the differentiation at this point? Like, look, we can keep calling Daredevil a vigilante, but he is a fucking superhero. He has fucking superpowers.
Yeah.
Like, they do them in this interesting way, but it's not as though he's just like, I'm a blind guy and I can hear really well. Like, he has super hearing. He has super reflexes. He has, like, literal superhuman abilities.
I guess it comes down to it being what is the term? It's a social construct of what determines a vigilante versus a superhero. Like, how are they perceived by society? A superhero, you know, I think more often than not is like someone you don't interact with, like someone.
But if we're keeping this canon with She-Hulk and everything too, it's like, in She-Hulk, the only reason he was in LA was where that was set, right? It was in LA.
I don't know.
I think. Anyway, the only reason he was there was because the armor or whatever was dead. The dude who made his old suits. And he got the fucking dude who makes superhero suits to make his new suits. And it was like acknowledged that he's just a superhero. And they're like, oh.
Yeah, it's in LA.
Anyway, so is the White Tiger. He needs an amulet. Yeah.
Disabled superheroes.
Interesting angle. Oh, I can see that. Like, maybe you're not, Didn't Melvin Potter die? Oh, maybe he's just in jail. Gladiator. I think I said armor. I thought he died, but yeah, I could.
I don't know. I didn't pay that much attention. I don't know if you want to answer this.
Oh yeah, he's in federal prison.
I bet you do not know.
My bad. Redacted.
Okay. That's one strike for each of us. I bet you do not know the French commander Napoleon's last name. You're right, I don't.
Wasn't it Stiffy, Riffy, Iffy with the Jiffy?
I think it's
Anyway.
Cock Bandit.
NJ Chambro, Melvin was the go, yeah. Hayden sees my jokes and mumbles through them to let me know it wasn't funny. That's not 100% true. Okay. I did not. I'll sign that. Hey, his logistics. I'm glad you're new to Twitch, and I'm glad you're here. What is our channel about? Well, what is it about? We usually do a late night shows. We usually do a Twitch version of a late night show on Wednesday nights. Tonight we're not doing that. Sometimes we do shows where streams where we just react to.
Are focused on certain things.
To big media, and that's what we're doing right now. We're reacting to Daredevil, sharing some jokes about it, giving our thoughts about it, just hanging out. Tomorrow we'll be doing our late night show, which is slightly more organized. And what's that? Well, I'll tell you what it is. It's a fun little twitchy stream version of what you might see on Late Night with Jimmy Fallon.
Mamma mia!
Yeah. You want to do the stream opening?
Right
now?
No.
I could do it.
No, you can go look at it. I guess.
I thought it was funny that
Follow you.
new Twitch person is like, call me HHH, as if that's any easier to say. Is it how's it chick?
Call me HHH. I just caught on to that too.
Quick question: do you like Drake?
Okay, play it.
Okay. Wait.
I have to acknowledge this. This is a rule of the show.
Oh shit. Hold on. I can play it. Just give me a minute here. Set up to not play that.
You like Drake? You tell me first, and then we'll tell you. We'll give you our message. Our special Drake message.
Yeah. Hold on. I'll find it. There it is. That one. Okay. Okay.
Goodness gracious.
Not.
Goodness gracious.
Not.
Okay. I've got the Drake thing.
You've enjoyed the latest release from Drizzy Drake. Please call 1-800-BBL-DRIZ.
Where even is it?
Call now.
I fucked it up. The source isn't even there. Oh, there it is. Here we go.
Attention all Drake stans. If you or a loved one have suffered a traumatic brain injury, have made contact with DJ academics, or are light-skinned, you may be entitled to financial compensation. This man has been taking advantage of you. If you feel as though you've enjoyed the latest release from Drizzy Drake, please call 1-800-BBL-DRIZ. Call now.
Yeah.
I think that answers your question, Dill Pickle. Thank you for the contribution tonight. I like how it's like, what's your channel about? What's your stream about? And it's in the fucking title, HHH. How about that?
Whoa.
Mamma mia!
The title of the stream. That's what you clicked on, dumbass.
Mamma mia!
They're new to Twitch. They made an account yesterday. Or today. Oh no, a couple days ago.
But it's like I click on a channel that says, nursing plants. And I click on it and it's someone fucking watering plants. And I go, what's your channel about? Do you guys talk about Naruto?
Jeez.
Are you guys gonna play Baldur's Gate? Anyway.
Daredevil mid-season immediate reaction review? You guys do Fortnite?
Is this a channel where you got? Yeah. Is this a
You
Fortnite
definitely-
stream?
Is this Fortnite
Okay,
Festival?
bye.
Baba Bowie.
I mean, come
Hey,
on.
drop us a follow,
Am I-
HHH. We
Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Am I wrong though?
You're Dr. Love.
I am at times Dr. Love, which
See, there he is.
there we go. Dr. Love.
Nut. Nut.
You handshake meat.
God.
Or is that?
We're
No,
getting
you fist
unhinged
meat.
at this point.
Yeah.
I mean,
Daredevil.
look, I love it, but we talked about that. I mean, so look, I'm feeling. What did I say? 5 out of
5 out of 10 for episode 5.
yeah. 8 point. I mean, 8. I'll at 8.5, maybe 8.75. I can get there on episode 6. What are you feeling? What are you gonna say?
I was probably just
Yeah.
thinking 8. I wasn't gonna get too into the points.
It's an 8, but like I can't quite get it to a 9. But it's like I did. I mean, I thought it was a banger, literally outside of the fight choreography with Muse at the end. That threw me a little bit.
Bro, I left stream for 5 minutes. Now Daredevil's on screen.
It's crazy. NJ left stream during the 5 minutes, during the most chaotic 5 minutes of the stream thus far, for sure. And then just gave
Absolutely.
what the fuck?
Stephen Hawking saying nut.
Baba Bowie.
Oh, I've got a new sound. Tell me if you like it.
I can't. Oh yeah, I like it.
Okay. Yeah, I'd give it an 8.
Yeah, 8. You're going 8. I'm going 8.5.
Okay. Agreed.
That's how we feel. Any blind people in chat?
Any blind?
Mamma mia!
Any blind gooners in chat? If you're a blind gooner, shout us out. Follow.
What do you goon to if you're blind? Like sounds? Are you just into ASMR? Smells?
Like what I was previously blind. Does that count? Under what circumstances? Now you have to explain yourself.
I think he just had really fucked up eyes that he needed surgery. If I remember correctly.
One time I fucking jizzed so hard it went into my eye and I couldn't even see out of the jizz in my eye.
Bro.
What?
Bruh. If you can goon while blind, that's next level. Bros gooning with their imagination. I feel like that was default up until like 20 years ago. Or 40 years ago, you know.
Bro, this is the shit I thought about with like Ray, bro. You remember, I mean, look, Ray the movie is one of the craziest movies of all time. But like Ray himself,
That's what I thought about with Ray.
Ray himself was crazy because the dude was fiending for pussy all the time. Like he was just about that shit all the time. And it's like this is just like in your mind's eye, bro. Like, what are you talking about? Like, or we could say like, oh, it feels good, but then it's like he was cheating on his girl like all the time. He was like doing all this shit, like fooling around. It's like, bro, what's going on here? Like, what's in here, bro?
Well, he had
What's
vision.
in here, and then how does that equate to what's down here to the level of like, I'm just gonna be like a nuisance.
Well, he wasn't born blind. Right.
That's a fair point. But he was like, what was he, like 7 years old or something when he went blind?
I still don't even understand the circumstances of how he went blind. Like he saw his brother.
Well,
drown
according to the
in a
movie,
bathtub.
he was just like he went blind because like he was gonna let his brother drown in a pail or something.
It was like a fucking tub of water. I don't know.
It was a bucket.
Like, it didn't make sense. It's like, and I saw him die, and now I'm blind. Shit. Give me a piano.
And his mom was like, I hate you, Ray. You let your brother die in a bucket. Drowned in the bucket.
And a picture brother who's just like standing, but his face is down in like a regular sized bucket. His whole body is out of it.
Oh my god.
Would you have sex with Steve Harvey? Thanks for keeping us on topic, Dill Pickle.
It depends on
Are
the
you doing Family Feud or not?
circumstance. Yeah.
Like, do you meet him on Family Feud or you meet him on the street?
Like regularly in my day-to-day life, I would not have sex with Steve Harvey. If Steve Harvey came up to me and said, hey, I have this briefcase, it's got $1 million in it, will you have sex with me? And I'm having sex with Steve Harvey.
Mamma mia!
Baba Booey.
You know.
You can have the $1 million if you can do the 5 positions most voted on by the audience.
Nut.
You
yes,
gotta guess.
And then you're like, I stomp on your balls. And he's like, show me stomp on your balls. Ding.
I feel like I would not allow it to be a competition in any way.
Oh, okay. So you wouldn't.
Yeah.
No,
I don't know
would.
if I'd go into it that I'm like willing to do that.
I wouldn't have sex with Steve Harvey, but not because of that. I just don't have sex with black guys.
You say you don't have sex with black guys?
Yes.
Baba Booey. Nut.
Where's the
Oh, well, it's been a great stream, and we talked about. we reacted to Daredevil.
join the Discord?
Join our Discord, please.
Or if anybody wants to talk about Daredevil for a minute, I guess we could do that too. What do you think about Muse being a vigilante fanboy, but then being a serial killer? Where's that gonna go?
I mean, I have ideas where it's going to go based on just like.
He's probably being a serial killer because he wants. I mean, I've never read a comic, but I'm gathering just from my own idea. He's being a serial killer because he needs a vigilante to help him. Like he recognized he needed help in the first episode. You see him, and he's doing crazy fucked up shit, praising vigilantes.
Yeah.
You know, like, I need a hero, please save me, kind of thing. It's like a Batman villain almost. Like, I know Batman's not.
I think it's gonna ultimately have something to do with like anal leakage, and that'll be kind of where it like peters out.
Yeah, leaky butthole maybe.
It's,
One of the.
yeah. If anyone wants to call in and talk about it, call in and talk about it. I'm gonna be back in 1 minute.
Okay. I can't stop. I can't stop this. I got a new plugin for OBS. This one me. Yeah. I'm gonna turn it on. Or I gotta add an effect, add a filter. Here we go, and I can put scan lines. I can put scan lines on my screen. Look at that. I'm in a TV. Let me out. Yeah, so if you're into Daredevil, you're probably also into Luke Cage. Just making statements. I don't fucking know. Where's that gonna go? Maybe Daredevil and Muse just kiss. It's possible that they kiss on the screen. I was like that Hayden waited until we got everything out that we wanted to say about Daredevil before leaving. Put a pog in chat if you agree with that. I just typed Ford and now I'm back. Oh, gotcha. You pooped. That you were typing for :D. Yeah, shout out to pooping. If you shit, follow us. Pog in chat. Poop in chat. That one in chat. I could tell a joke. I know what to do. Tell a joke. So I was, I was going to the store the other day, and you interrupted me. I'm getting heckled. IDK, what else to say? I got a great deal on Gatorade today. I bought 4 for $2. They were 8 packs. You should just drink water. You'd save money. I was walking to the store the other day, and there's a homeless man on the street. And he's like, "Can I have $1?" And I said, "No, I don't have cash on me." And he's like, "All right, have a nice day." And then next day I was walking to the store again, and the homeless guy saw me. He's like, "Hey, can I have $2?" I said, "I told you yesterday, I don't have any money. I don't have cash on me. I use a card." And he's like, "Okay, God bless, have a nice day." And then the next day, holy shit, you wouldn't believe it, I was walking to the store, and this homeless man was like, "Hey, buddy, can I have $4?" And I was like, "Listen, I don't know how else to tell you this. I don't have cash on me. I just don't carry cash with me. That's just not something I do anymore." He's like, "All right, God bless, have a nice day." Next day, I'm walking down the street to the store, see the homeless guy again, and like before he even asks, I'm like, "Listen, dude, I don't have cash on me. There's nothing. I can't give you money. I'm sorry." And then he says, "You know what? That's fine. I got someone else gave me money, so I'm gonna go jump off a bridge and kill myself." Sorry, I was telling a joke, Hayden.
Sounds good.
I was winging it and didn't have a punchline. I hope people
Best
liked
way
it.
to do it.
I was kind of just dragging people along with something that seemed like a setup, and then I didn't deliver on anything.
It's the best type of comedy for sure.
If I thought about it, I could have made a joke, but I didn't have time.
All right, well, Bunk says, IDK, what else to say? I got a great deal on Gatorade today, about 4 for $2, and they were 8 packs. That's a pretty good deal. Yeah. I mean, I feel like we did what we came here to do, Max.
I agree. You know, we're 3 followers away from 50 followers. I will say that.
We are 3 away. If you can get anybody in here, we're kind of using the Daredevil stuff as somewhat of an excuse to do occasional 2 a weeks. Get a little bitty stream in before we do our big boy stream tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll be naked tomorrow.
I don't know. I mean, HHH didn't seem to love that concept. It's just you know,
Yeah,
they seem to just
they're
be
not new to Twitch.
he just seemed to be a autistic little boy who has no hope in
Some
building
Gen Alpha little idiot.
even pairs.
Nut.
I asked me for $1 at a gas station. I told him to beat it. He quoted scripture at me. I told him that my money was mine to keep, and then he revealed to me that he was God, and then I wasn't going to heaven, and then I got Oreos and a Monster. I think what's happening, though, Bung, you will find in the next few days, is that you're being Bruce Almighty'd, and eventually you're going to find out, like, you're given the powers of God. God's going to go on vacation. It'll be really cool for a day, and then after a day or two, you're going to be like, oh my God, this is such a burden. and you're going to be like, you have to reevaluate like your whole life, and it's going to be a whole situation. So enjoy the Oreos and Monster for now, because I feel like you're going to have a busy week.
I will say, if you find yourself in that situation, go ahead and watch Bruce Almighty again. I think that will actually help. You'll just kind of get the idea, like, you'll see where, it's obvious where he went wrong. Right? Why don't you clip your lives and post them on TikTok to grow? I'm talking about Bruce Almighty real quick. Sorry, early lost. It's obvious to see where Bruce Almighty went wrong in Bruce Almighty.
Oh my god. It is. I mean, he was so conceited to begin with, too, and
just figure it out. Like, put money.
I do have an Instagram. We're going to do Instagram Reels. We just talked about that, okay? So we'll get that going at some point.
Yeah, we'll get a TikTok, too. I don't know.
Why
don't you pay for paid advertising? We don't have anything worth advertising yet. It's probably the main issue.
I don't know. I mean, every now and again, we have a banger little stream. We do some fun bits. I mean,
yeah,
we definitely got a clippable tonight out of HHH's expense.
Yeah, Dr. Love.
Dr. Love.
There it is.
Dr. Love. There we go. I don't know. What do you want to do? Are you asking for Dr. Love? I mean, if anyone needs Dr. Love before I go, I mean, go ahead.
Dr. Love is in. Why don't you run naked through the streets with #ReWokeYet on your luscious naked bodies? Because it is 29 degrees outside right now. I would get cold.
Yeah, it's chilly here in Miami too. It's 73
and sunny.
No.
One of the best lives I've seen. Oh, thank you, Early Lost. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. we both appreciate that. And we're going to give you an applause.
Show Ronnie Day. Dating Show Ronnie. For sure.
It's going to give you 2 big booms for that one.
Just... Just 2. But eventually you might get up to 4.
1 fart.
Want to get 3 of your whores to follow the stream. I don't know if Ronnie... I feel that I've chosen to let Ronnie be Ronnie. And
I don't think
they're going to do what they're going to do.
My interpretation of Chill Ronnie is like bedridden due to illness.
Damn.
Probably.
That could be it.
But if you have 3 whores, Chill Ronnie, go ahead, get your 3 whores to jump in the stream. Yeah. If anyone needs Dr. Love advice,
shit,
or just life advice,
you can get some Dr. Love advice, which is life advice. It's just Dr. Love is Dr. Love. Out of, that's just who he is. Dr. Love is Dr. Love.
Dr. Love.
You can get any kind of advice you want. I feel like HHH should call back because I could give this motherfucker a lot of advice. I'm telling you right now.
Don't even let him talk. He said 5 things. Just
for
10 minutes. Just berate the man.
Whoever this little clown is.
You fucking presumptuous, hoity-toity, full of yourself, narcissistic, childish, piece of human trash. What do you think you're doing coming into our fucking stream asking what is our stream about? You dumb.
What's going on here? What's your stream about? It's not like I could read the title. I read the title. I thought you guys were going to be playing Fortnite.
Maybe learn to read HHH. Maybe you get a name. Maybe you get a username that's pronounced.
What do you got to do here?
The accent. What do you do here?
You gotta play Dark Souls?
Really lost. Started Dark Souls Remastered and on the edge of ending it right now. You're edging right now? Cool. Just follow what I did on all the previous streams. Yeah, Bung did play Dark Souls. A little bit of Dark Souls 2, a little bit of Dark Souls
Towards the
Remastered.
end,
The people crave Dark Souls because I'm so skilled.
in the last half. Oh my god.
Sometimes we have Dark Souls on stream.
Bugs relishing in that.
Yeah, but it gives Bung a
What the Dark
purpose.
Souls?
Like enrichment at the zoo. You know how they give like them puzzle boxes to open
No, they give them dick pills
at
for
the
no
zoo.
reason and just let them go at it.
Yeah,
That's how they
weird.
tested. That's how they came out with hymns. You know, you see the ads. They just
Yeah.
tested it on
You got
monkeys and
penguin.
let them just go fucking crazy. And they're like, you know,
Any opinions on the Sopranos or the Punisher?
both
TV
great
show?
television series. You know what I just saw? This is another thing, and Max, I don't know if you've seen all the Sopranos, but I feel like even if you haven't, you could get why this is funny. But like, I just saw the other day somebody, some old person on Facebook, in the comments of some clip of like a Sopranos clip, like, and it was like, great show. I just wish they didn't have all those therapy scenes. It was like, if you just take out all the therapy scenes, that's the whole concept of the show.
Right.
You know, I mean, deconstructing like being a gangster, whatever. But
I wish they'd take the politics out of Star
I wish-
Wars.
yeah, you're like, that's the whole fucking idea. I wish you just take out the therapy scenes and it'd be a pretty cool show. Like,
I wish
Okay.
Gene Roddenberry would just
so where
stick
it's
to
just about the
sci-fi.
violence. No, it's just really missing the whole point.
I've never
But yeah, the
watched
Punisher TV show I've talked about is literally my favorite of the Netflix Marvel shows. I love Punisher as a
Would
show.
you say it's
I
your
think really
favorite
great.
Netflix show?
No, I'd have to think about that.
You
feel like
got like
there's-
Squid Game. You got Millie Bobby Brown show, Stranger Things. Got Umbrella Academy. That's pretty big.
Oh boy, yikes!
Mamma mia!
I think in terms of it being canceled early lost, I think it just had to do with the contracts at the time. It was all the Marvel politics of like Netflix not being able to continue to make those shows. But hopefully they're figuring it out now. I'd love to see another season of The Punisher too. If we can do this special and it's cool, I'd love another season of that show. That show is always very interesting.
I found a tier list that is top Netflix shows. Tier list. You know, we were thinking about doing tier lists like early on in this.
No, I still think we should like do it as a second half thing, but I don't know if I could do a whole Netflix in general.
It's not every show. It's like 2, 3, 4. Why does it have The Simpsons on it? Okay, maybe not.
Early lost both.
This is also in French. Yeah, no, we're not going to do this.
We should definitely do a tier list. Yeah, probably.
Add a poll so the chat can vote
Alright.
too. More like add your hands on my poll.
I think if you have the ability to do that yet, though, what does that mean?
Yeah, I could get a plugin and do that. I probably don't need to be affiliate to do something like that.
Put a tier list?
No, like a poll chat.
I was talking about jerking off on camera too. I think eventually I want to do that, but we have to like figure out the legality before I can actually
You can just do that right now.
be going on that. No, I mean,
It's literally probably fine. What's better, Breaking Bad or The Sopranos?
The Sopranos for sure. I think Breaking Bad is a very interesting show, but it's I wouldn't say it's overrated. I get why people love it. It's not fully for me. I think The Sopranos is, for me at least, much more interesting. on multiple levels, aesthetically, narratively, all that. Deke is going to disagree. Breaking Bad's the best show of all time. Don't you get it? Dude, the torture of Jesse and this person who existed as the one person he trusted, and if they failed him, and the idea of this person who could be driven from into darkness. So whatever. I don't know. I'm not going to make fun of you for liking it. I get it. It's a good show.
You like giving like valid reasons, but you just have a whiny voice.
Yeah, like I'm just like I've heard it. I get it. Like,
and throughout the show, you see the themes of Jesse and Walter switching spots, where Walter's a bad guy at the end. Now Jesse's a good guy.
Okay. You guys didn't read through 8 messages talking about Sopranos. Okay, we have to look at Sopranos stuff. Yeah, I worked. So here's some lore. Here's some Hayden lore. You know, in season 1, the guy who's runs the head of or he pops up again later in the show too. The guy who runs the trash company, or like he runs the junkyard. And then like his son shows up. He dies, and then his son shows up. Blah blah blah. Anyway, I worked for that guy. Olisi was the guy's name in New York, and he was an interesting character. He was an ex-cop who was definitely mobbed up. Anyway, what are you going to do? I've said too much. What I realized was Tony was having panic attacks was because he was trying to convince himself he is good, but his line of work is diabolical. But towards the end, he realizes and accepts he is the devil and evil, so he doesn't have panic attacks anymore. Yeah, that's a very good read on it. I would agree. Which, again, Max, I don't know if you watch all Sopranos, but saying the therapy scenes should have go away. That's the whole point of the show. Is like the show starts as he's this big mob boss. He's having panic attacks, trying to figure out why. And the therapy. I mean, it's the whole point of the show.
Yeah.
Morality of how this like lifestyle can actually tear you down, like really fuck you up.
Mm-hmm.
The lifestyle that was idolized by this generation growing up on Goodfellas and also not getting the point and being like, yeah, I want to be a mobster. I want to be a gangster. Breaking Bad is good for all the reasons people normally say, but I think it's inarguably the best shot, directed, broadcast TV show ever, except... Whoa! Disagree. Actually, that I'll definitely disagree with. I think there are shows that are aesthetically shot much more interestingly. I think if you just like that aesthetic, like if you like looking at the desert and shit all the time, like yeah, sure, but there's other shit out there. Like I don't know. I'll say my favorite show of all time is Fargo, and that's for many reasons, but like some people sleep on that show, but I think that show is aesthetically extremely interesting and narratively fun and exists as that like anthology, and yet it's all connected, and it's extremely well written to me. But I mean, I don't know. Breaking Bad is a lot of granular kind of. I get it, but I wouldn't say it's the best shot show. I could think of a lot of shows that are very well shot. Frustrates me is that this is obvious from the first season, that nothing changes about his character for 5 seasons. That's true, yeah. Most people will never change. I think that Tony does change. Well, it's like you kind of say, like, he accepts that he is who he is by the end. Like, he goes through all these periods. I think what it really is that we start him at a place where he's already so far gone, and the fact that he's even making an effort to try and figure out why he's so tormented it's the thesis of the whole show. You know, it's the driving force, and then everything around it, he falls deeper and deeper rather than accept. And I think that's part of what the show is kind of positing to the viewer too, is like, it's one thing to ask for help and try and figure out what's going on with you, and it's another thing to follow through. And Tony never really follows through. He allows himself to like keep being swallowed up by criminal enterprise of his life. But then you get into the psychology of it, which again is the whole point with like therapy and all that. Like his mom and their weird, complicated relationship.
So I've been looking at the tier list website.
Okay.
I've pulled it up. You wanna try one really quick?
Yeah, let's try one.
Okay. This is gonna look stupid for a second. So I didn't set this thing up because I didn't. Right there. Okay. And then background, I'll just keep it Daredevil for now because that's fun. But here's the tier list. I didn't reveal what it is yet. And I'll reveal what it is now. It's Star Wars films.
Oh my god.
So it's pretty small, pretty easy to do in one little sitting right here. Let me change the title to Doing Tier Lists with Dr. Love.
Can you still put the
With Dr. Love.
Dr. Love call in at the top too?
Probably.
We could do this real quick.
I don't know.
I'll put Star Wars for sure too, though. We could knock this out pretty quickly.
I could put the Daredevil up there. No.
Yeah, the whole like Freudian early. One scene the therapist says he was trying to fuck his sister. She says it's normal, and I couldn't stop laughing because Malfi says it's normal when you try and find a partner like your mom. I don't know how that even resemble. Yeah, I could definitely draw parallels though between fucking Edie Falco. What's her Tony's wife? Oh my god, I cannot believe. I can't.
Don't stop.
But her dominating person, Carmella. Thank you, Deke. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. Her personality traits of like she's so dominative and like she's the only person, one of the only people that Tony's ever like swayed by in terms of the way she kind of can control his decisions and the way he moves, maneuvers. So yeah, I mean, almost every. I mean, yeah, we're getting into the psychology of the show, though. Yeah, it's the Oedipal complex and all that bullshit. But
Oedipus? You mean?
yeah, the Oedipal complex, which is in relation to Oedipus. Yeah.
Okay. So Star Wars movies tier list. Same intellectual level as Sopranos philosophical discussion.
No.
So we've talked
segue.
about this, and
All right, if we're gonna clip this, let's give this a little intro then too. Let's say, okay, let's do it like okay, do it like normal. Ooh, okay, here we go. Hey guys, welcome to. Early Low says never watched Star Wars.
Hey guys, welcome to Star Wars film tier list. Are We Woke Yet? Featuring me, Max, and you, Hayden.
Sometimes. No, I'm here.
Ruby Lost says, never watched Star Wars. What first movie should I start? A New Hope.
Oh, we're going to get into that. It's a great thing because at this moment right now, we're doing a tier list for Star Wars films. We're just going to try and burn through this. We're not going to talk about it too much because here on the Are We Woke Yet stream, we talk about Star Wars quite a bit. Isn't that right, Maxwell?
Sorry. Yeah,
Yeah. Quite a bit. We do that quite a bit. And so right now we're just going to burn through these. We'll go movie by movie. Obviously, we're going to have to make some compromises because we have some differences. Isn't that right?
Yeah, we are people.
All right, let's get into it.
Okay. I don't know how this is ordered, but let's do it release order. Make it easy on us. So let's start with Star Wars, Episode 4, A New Hope. We got D, C, B, A, and S tiers.
S tier.
You putting Star Wars in S tier?
Yes.
Sure.
I would.
I was gonna say high A, but
we could go A.
That's
we can go A. I would.
Here's the thing with tier lists. We did this with the Beatles tier list, where that one was relative to itself, right? And
well, we can always then look back. Like we got to just burn through it, and then by the end of it, we can kind of a little tweak.
I'm gonna commit great crime. I'm going to bust nut in Water Tower. Isn't New Hope with a skin?
I generally agree with you, but I also say that A New Hope is often, I think, I wouldn't say it's necessarily underrated, but kind of. I mean, everyone talks about how great Empire is, but the shot alone of Luke after finding out he has to continue to farm on this planet, the place he wants to get the fuck out of, and he throws that leg up and he looks to the sky and the two suns and the score hits and it's capturing something cinematically that had never really been achieved at that point.
It was awesome.
So that's why to me it's like the first Star Wars. There's no Star Wars without that first Star Wars. It's so great. And then yes, Empire is, I think, screenplay-wise, a better movie, or even whatever. It's a little bit better, but
you know what? I get what you're saying, but I still think Star Wars should probably be A tier, and let me tell you why. We're gonna refer back to when we did a tier list on our own, just the two of us over like a couple hours. That was just every Beatles song, and we kind of determined our rubric for that was we did not take the historical significance of any of these songs into consideration. It was just kind of like what we liked in reference to other Beatles songs. Now we don't have to do the same thing here, but I feel like it's, I don't know, if we're taking the significance
I do think that's relevant too. I'm saying like I love A New Hope. Yeah. Well, not A New Hope. I am one of those too, though. I never really call it A New Hope. I call it Star Wars. I think the first Star Wars movie is Star Wars. That's what it's called. The movie is Star Wars. That's the film. So, anyway, I feel like it's just a good fucking movie. That it was so fun, and I could see the argument of putting in an A just because it's not as...
Maybe because I'm thinking of putting it in A because I've seen it so many times that I see all the little stuff that's like, Star Wars is saved in the edit. Like, I can tell the whole Death Star sequence is like chopped up to be what it is, and it's
a little
slot. But like, that's that would be a reason to bring it down, but
okay, fine. Put it in A. Put it in A.
I'll keep it in S. I'll keep it in S because I'm probably being too picky. Empire D.
Empire's S, easy.
Yeah, obviously.
Easy S.
Where's Return of the Jedi?
Now we're gonna get into the real stuff right here.
Oh, there it is. It's right in the middle. Return of the Jedi.
B.
Did you say B?
Yeah.
What makes you say B?
It's good, but I think it's a notable down tip outside of the last 15 minutes. It's really like you get to the end. I mean, I would A, I guess, low A, but it's the Ewok stuff I get in retrospect, like how people didn't like that stuff at the time. I think it's fine now, but it's good. He's good.
B's objectively mid in this tier list. That's the thing.
I mean,
You want to rename the tiers maybe? Because I feel like S, A, B, C, D isn't good for this. Because you're saying B is good, right?
I still think B is good. Yeah.
Okay, I'll rename B to good. There, now I feel better.
So A is maybe do A as great, S elite.
Okay. Elite C can be I guess we'll just say C is mid and then D is bad.
Bye early. Thank you. Thank you for your contributions tonight. Please join us tomorrow night when we have a jam-packed traditional late night stream full of gags and fun and stories and news and as always.
Yeah. Have a good night, early lost. Please tell me.
Oh, Deke, you're about to find out what's going on with the prequel stuff.
Please tell me you're not prequel lovers. Shut up, Deke.
This is where Max and I are about to also get into kind of arguments.
Oh boy!
I think Max just showed his cards, but yeah, let's get into it. So look. So now I already feel bad. I mean, yeah, just throw Return of the Jedi into great. It's low grade. It's obviously great. The opening scene and the very ending, it makes it great. But
yes, because like the shit that isn't great in it is still good, right?
Yeah, I got you.
And there are elite scenes in that movie too, which is the other thing. Like one of my favorite scenes of the entire original trilogy is like. Fuck, it's just the Luke and Vader scene, like before they get in the fucking elevator or whatever to go up to Death Star, and they're talking, and he's like, it's just a dialogue scene, and it's just Luke and Vader, but they haven't spoken before like that, and you see like Luke, he's matured and shit, whatever. But episode 1, I would say elite. You'd probably say bad.
Yeah, bro, we're about to.
I think good is fair, in my opinion. Think about it as a movie, okay? This is
I am thinking about it as a movie is where it's not good, but it's as a Star Wars lore is where you could argue with me, but like. It's not a good movie. I don't know what you mean.
Okay, in terms of movie making, name all the bad aspects of episode 1.
I could name
all the good aspects.
Oh, Jesus.
First
of all, let me start off right now. The good stuff has to do with... The good stuff is Qui-Gon's ship is cool looking. Qui-Gon himself is pretty cool. And the fight sequence... The lightsaber battle at the end in which Qui-Gon ultimately dies is good.
Mm-hmm.
Scenic design and character design, whatever, in terms of everything else is all right. Everything else is bad.
Right. So you think the score is bad? Interesting.
No, because it's John. I guess okay. Now that's you're coming in hot with the score. I got
Right.
you.
And you think all of the production design is bad, other than the scenic design.
Yes. Yes.
Right. Okay. So you think all
And I
the
would say the score, sure, but
you
even
think
the
all the
score,
pod
he
races are
hasn't
designed
quite.
terribly. You
It's
think all
not.
the
We're
sound
not
design is
quite. We're
terrible.
not at the Duel of the Fates yet with the score too. It's like some of it's in your head. The score's not. I mean, it's great because it's John Williams and he's one of the greats of all time. It's fine. It's a lot of echoing. And episode 1 is a lot of like the older themes and interspersed in like some pops of new stuff. Naboo is corny. It's all.
Naboo is corny. What does that even mean?
Oh man, dude. See, I'm saying, chat. Jake, help me, please.
No, because
Somebody
you didn't
help
even
me.
you're not even saying anything. You're saying a planet is corny. Expand on what you actually mean, please.
The aesthetic, the feeling, the vibe. Fucking little. I mean, we're not even talking about Jar Jar.
You think
Who?
a swamp, a
Look.
field, and a fucking city that looks like Italy is corny?
Oh my god.
I'm not even saying
Somebody's
it's
gonna
good,
have to.
but that's just an obnoxious take. That's a prequel hater take. Just to say that it's corny. That doesn't even make sense.
I'm not, but you know that I'm ultimately not even a prequel. They get better and better for me. I'm just saying.
Right, I think you're
It's
just
just
annoyed by a couple of
it's
things and you're
nothing.
looking for reasons to not like it.
No. Oh fuck. You're gonna make me break it all down, dude. Oh my
I'm
god,
asking
this
you to.
sucks. Look, dude.
I'm arguing for good right now.
I got you. Everything you just said, yes, because we're meant to spend. What is the runtime? Episode 1 is.
It's like 2 hours.
I will say too. I haven't watched episode 1 since I did a big rewatch during the pandemic. Episode 1 has a 53 on run. That's interesting. How long is it though? Just fucking put runtime. It's not telling me. That's
I think it's like just under
bullshit.
2 hours.
2 hour. No, it's 2 hours and 11 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
The whole thing is like. Nice. Thanks for the support, Bung. Yeah. Listen, okay, so if you really want me to do this, then I can do it, but it's going to make people feel bad. I don't want to. Okay, look. This is a 2 hour 11 movie. People waited. Empire came out in
83, I think.
so, and then Phantom Menace comes out in 99, 98.
99.
You have
16 is the difference.
Yeah, but you have
If 83 is correct.
almost a generation of a generation of people have aged out to go to see this film that is ultimately a movie about dudes getting stranded on this planet, and you spend the whole movie on this planet. When I say it's corny, it's like I'm not trying to be a hater. I should have worded it or could have worded it differently. It's very bland. It's very generic. It was, imagine it when you watch Star Wars, the original Star Wars, A New Hope, if you spend the whole movie on Tatooine, it would get boring. You're just on a desert the whole movie. Just looking at desert for a whole movie. That's the way you go. And it's interesting in the context of the film because it's the dream that lives beyond the desert. When you go to Phantom Menace, we're here. We're staying here. We're living here. We're doing here. That's it. You got your one kind of interesting character to latch onto, which is Qui-Gon. But even he is kind of a stereotype of like this sort of samurai figure. He's great. He's great. He's cool. But like, this is in terms of taking a step outside of being a Star Wars fan and looking at it as a film, you have a kind of just like generic stoic protagonist. You're on this one planet this whole time that's kind of just like giving generic Dune vibes. There's the race, the pod race, which for kids was like really exciting at the time. You go back and watch it. I don't find it exciting. I find it like, try not to use corny again, but whatever. I mean, it's fine. There's CGI little things, and they go zoom zoom, and they collide, and you have the little Anakin who's giving a dog shit performance. You have Jar Jar who's a racist stereotype, as a who, in retrospect, we all love. Look, I love Jar Jar. I got a Jar Jar right here. I love Jar Jar. But obviously,
Which race
he's
is he
Jar
a
Jar.
stereotype of?
Jamaicans, okay? Do you want me to just look like an asshole, or are you trying to look like an asshole? What do you want to tell you? You're talking like this. Oh, I live under the sea with the people in the sea. I got the big ears that are not dreads; they're just ears. Like, it's, come on, give me a break. For real?
I just
Only
wanted
good
you to
persons
do
that
that.
are Jar Jar and what? Yeah, you just want me to say it. I'll say it. I don't give a fuck. I mean, this is what everybody knows. It's like so on the nose, and it's so George Lucas doing the thing. There are cool moments, and we think about Darth Maul like he's so sick, and like he is sort of, but at the same time, when you actually watch that movie, he has like 4 lines of dialogue.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't. He's barely a character.
Right.
He's somebody's blindly following Palpatine, and then at the end he gets murked. And so it's like, then, you know, we have the Clone Wars lore and all this other stuff that gives him better context, but like,
Yeah, I'm not talking about Clone Wars right now.
yeah, right. So in the context of this film, your big antagonist who ultimately takes out the lead character of your film is a scary looking dude meant to be scary looking who has 5 lines of
So the title
dialogue.
of the film is The Phantom Menace.
The Phantom Menace.
The
I understand
antagonist
that.
is...
The Phantom.
Yeah. He's more of a device than an antagonist.
Yes. You just said that. That part. So,
Yeah, and you phrased him as a characterless antagonist, which I wouldn't say he's an antagonist. Well, sorry, I wouldn't say he's the antagonist.
I don't know,
He's
Max.
he's like a thing.
I can't.
You can't, or you don't want to? Because you said the whole movie takes place on
Darth
Tatooine
Maul
a second
is more
ago.
of a red and black guy. Funny.
I'd say at least 40 minutes take place on Naboo.
It just feels pretty stagnant to me, man. It's a movie that feels stagnant. It's a movie with the dialogue feels very stilted. George Lucas hasn't quite cracked how to make it all work writing by himself. I got it. You love it. I think nostalgia has a lot to do with your admiration for the film, though. That's all I'm saying.
I think you're putting a lot of words in my mouth. I think you're coming at this argument with me getting pissed off at everything you're saying. Which
Okay.
I'm just trying to call out the criticisms you're having that seem rooted in pretentious film guy.
I don't think it's pretentious. I just think it's about like liking a movie, like
Right, hold on,
like
let
a
me
film that makes
watch
sense.
This YouTube video Bung is making me watch 3 seconds of the scene.
Waka. I mean,
Oh, sorry.
pause for 1 second before we watch. Pause for 1 second. Before we go in there, this is, I guess, why you just said the thing that it's not about me. It's about what you just said. I'm not. I'm trying not to sound like pretentious film guy. That's why I'm stepping on toes, because I already know that's how you're going to come at whatever I say. Because what I'm saying is viewing it not as a pretentious film guy, but just someone who just watches movies and likes movies. Like, it's more about, if I had never seen a Star Wars movie, like, ever, and I sat to watch A Phantom Menace, is it a good movie? As on its own, is it a good film? Or do I think, like, oh, I liked that movie, it was, like, solid. It had a totally congruous 3-act structure and a satisfying conclusion and whatever. Like, I would have thoughts. I would think Jar Jar was obnoxious. I would think Anakin was bad. Like it's not a good kid performance. It's a lot of weird dialogue. It's midichlorians and shit that like doesn't flow. And then yes, Darth Maul then he's the Phantom Menace or whatever, but then you're like he's not really a character, he's a device. I don't feel like this
Menace. And I was a second ago, okay. I didn't mean every criticism you had was pretentious film guy. I meant what I was trying to say was that I'm listening to what you're saying. A lot of it's valid. Some of it, I think, is just coming from a place of, like, I already think this movie is shit. And I'm already annoyed. And this other thing is, I noticed this other thing, so I'm adding it onto the shit pile.
Deke, that's so unfair. So fucked up.
Hayden, I really hate that movie, but somehow you're convincing me.
Fair enough.
So
I said to her I hadn't seen it in a while, and I don't even hate it. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I just think it's fine, but like, I don't think it's a good movie. I definitely don't think it's a good movie. It's not very good. I think part of what frustrates me about that movie too is like people who hate the prequels look at Phantom Menace and go like, that's why I hate, like, Phantom Menace sucked, and like so the prequels just suck. We'll get to episode 3, at which point I'll have a very different take. But I mean,
let me speak to one thing Deke said here of the over-ambitious CGI and boring sets. I would say the CGI is not really overly ambitious in Phantom Menace. I say some things. The last time I watched Phantom Menace was when it was in theaters, like a few months ago, for the 25th anniversary or whatever.
Again, I would just add, I haven't seen it since 2020.
Yeah. The CGI that stood out to me was like in the final battle scene with all the droids in the field. Like that, it literally just looked computer generated, all the droid tanks coming out, and then the droids popping up. And
Deke says, I mean specifically the last battle. So.
Yeah, you're saying you mean specifically the last battle, but you phrased it as over-ambitious CGI and boring sets. The last battle CGI accounts for probably like 5 to 10% of the CGI in the entire movie. If we're being real. I'm sorry, that's absolutely true. Like,
no, but because here's the thing, like that's what he's saying. But this is why then, like, if we want to get into the nitty again, like without getting, like, I feel like the more I get into it, the more it could be like, well, you're just looking at it as a film guy or something. But
stop putting words in my mouth. Just say what you want to say, and I'll criticize the things I think.
What I'm saying is that no, it does. Like, it looks like shit. Like this was Lucas's whole fucked up thing was like, even when he went and the VHS reissues of the original trilogy, like trying to put all this CGI in it because of what he was doing with at Lucasfilm at the time with their division. Like, no, and then it just makes it look bad. Like, yeah, I think there's a lot of stuff in Phantom Menace that doesn't age very well aesthetically, and then like he's gone back to then fix things, and that doesn't work quite well. But like even like when they're diving into they're swimming in the water to go to Jar Jar Land. All that stuff. All that stuff, like it doesn't look good. Like it doesn't really age well. And I don't think it does. And God bless you, but like I don't think it does. Like I think it looks weird. It looks like a video game, and like because then it was like done with the CG at the time, and then he's since like every few years, I'm going to go back and fix this. Okay, there you go. Go look it up. But I mean, I just think like, it it seems like more of a spectacle. Like he's trying to do. Phantom Menace is like he's trying to do all this CG shit or whatever at a time where like that's not what I really wanted out of this movie. Swimming to Gunga.
So I was gonna say this was one of my examples of something that looks incredibly good. So I think it's interesting that you think this looks bad.
So I think like this specific shot, the actual design is one of the best in the movie. I will say that. But this, no, yeah. Then when you go back to them and yeah, this looks very dated. When you get up close and you see no. I don't think any of it. I don't think that looks good. I think the design of it looks good, but this looks like 1995 to me. Because you could compare it to like Spielberg's AI, or I mean, there's like Existence, or like a ton of other films at the time where they were doing this just like overly CG stuff that's led to films that I hate now, like Avatar. Like when I talk about like I don't want to watch Avatar. I don't want to watch. That's not filmmaking to me. It's different. I don't like it. I just don't like it personally. I just don't like it. I don't like that as this is movie making. So, because that's also what it is. Like I think Qui-Gon's kind of cool, but I think Star Wars Phantom Menace is riddled with clunky dialogue, aesthetics that I don't always agree with. Jar Jar's kind of offensive. Watto is a meme, and it is what it is. And like I said, I think that the kind of stank on that movie, despite also some great stuff, like costume design is great. I said like Qui-Gon's ship, I think is cool as fuck, and I wish we got more of the design of like the interior of that, like because it had this kind of like 70s vibe to it, and the practical nature of the interior of his ship. But the stank on that movie also impedes my view on it too. I do think like because that movie does have problems, if you are somebody who's just not a Star Wars fan but a cinephile or a film guy or whatever, people hating it at the time is like kind of justified, but then it's what gave it that stench of and I just hate the prequels because Phantom Menace had a lot of problems in regards to its filmmaking. So I would put it in. I wouldn't put it in bad. I don't know. I'd put it low mid personally. Is where I'm at. That's why it's hard to.
All right, let me compare and contrast here with my argument. Things I agree with that you stated, the dialogue. Yeah, it's clunky. It's dumb. I don't. I don't think it's the worst dialogue in the whole fucking world. Like but I wouldn't put it as good in terms of dialogue alone. That's the dialogue is mid to bad. One thing. No, I got to stick to agreements. Stick to agreements first. Yeah, Qui-Gon's ship was great. Qui-Gon as a character is interesting in the context of.
If I can, then I'll add. Then that leads me to stuff I like. Is like the design of Qui-Gon's interior of the ship lends to his character. Like it helps. It attaches him to a whole kind of aesthetic and vision and
just
idea.
Clear, just so you don't. It isn't Qui-Gon's ship, really.
Yes, of course, but I think that even unconsciously, when you're designing something like that for the.
And he does
technically speaking, the Millennium Falcon is not Han Solo's ship, but you attach a lot of the vibe of what it's like when Han Solo's at the helm of the Millennium Falcon to Han Solo. I would say.
Yeah, I agree that the Royal Naboo starship is designed very cool, and for early CG, they picked going chrome was a good option at the time because that was pretty easy to do. It looked pretty great in the scenes it was in. Very easy reflections to do stuff. You mentioned design of things. Utaganga in general, like the underwater city, is designed well, right? Set design, or maybe not set design, world design, I think was pretty good. And it's, a lot of it's on Tatooine, yes. It's the vibe of this Tatooine is very different than the OT Tatooine that we've seen. It's like a different part. It's like
Sure.
feels more alive, right? You're seeing a lot more going in the stores. You're seeing fucking Anakin's neighbors and shit. You're seeing inside one of those little houses, or whatever.
It's still a very brown desert planet.
Yeah, you're getting, that's the aesthetic of the planet. Is they're building into these sandstone hills and shit, and then the only different areas you see on Tatooine is like during the pod race in the caves and stuff, or you're in the dunes. That's just sand, So aesthetically, yeah, it can be samey for a lot of the movie. I think, I don't know, I like the architecture of Tatooine, so I'm not really bored by the time you're halfway through the movie and you leave Tatooine. I think it's interesting to look at. Other design things. Said Naboo is corny. Was that in terms of design or something else? Do you mean the sequence of Naboo?
I kind of mean both. You can.
Okay. I think Naboo is. I like the design of Naboo a lot, and I think I'm trying to not lump in episode 2 with it too, because Naboo is also in episode 2.
Absolutely don't. This is what I'm
Yeah.
trying to say too. Like, I'm trying to argue this as a singular cinematic experience.
Wasn't. I still think Naboo in episode 1 has a lot of interesting things going for it. But I think maybe part of it is that there's a lot of distinct parts of Naboo that are like, it's easy to separate them in your head, because when you think Naboo like looks weird, what specifically are you thinking? What's the first thing that pops in your head?
I gotta look at. I'll have to look at it too. I mean, I'm also just regurgitating thoughts
You've had in the past. Sure.
Yes.
So I'll go over the different parts of Naboo that I remember. There's, the big battle. The most generic part of Naboo is like the rolling green plains, where they have the big battle at the end with the big CGI fight.
Yeah,
So
for sure.
nothing,
That looks
whatever.
like a Microsoft window. It looks like Microsoft when you're when it used to be when your PC would close and reopen it, and it's just and to me, like, it just folds into the generic aesthetic of Tatooine. To me, it's like
Right,
it almost
and
feels
that
samey.
was one of the 5 spots I was going to describe before you get to that was the worst one in my opinion. I think I don't think it's offensive to look at, but it's just a rolling green plain. There's not much going on. There is the above water Gungan area, which is like in the woods, and there's all those like statues, and there's the Gungans, and it's like on the tree line kind of thing. I think that was more interesting. It's still, not quite there, but it's a level above nothing. It's statues of fucking like old Gungans or whatever. Other parts of Naboo, you have the city itself, which is like, you have the up close version, you have like the bird's eye view, like miniature. This is what the city looks like from above. I like how it's settled into the land. It's like on a big hilltop. The architecture is unique. It's very they took that one building in Italy and just kind of like vibed off of that and did their own thing. And I like the feel of the streets and stuff. Obviously the throne room is just a building in Italy. I forget where. It's cool.
Yeah. Which they brought back like some of those Italian buildings in episode 2, but
and then
sorry.
The coolest design IMO is the underwater city. Which you thought the CG was dated. I mean, looking at it just then when they got in.
There's the one great shot. This is what I'll give up. Like the one great shot that's not dated that looks like amazing. And then it like immediately.
I think once they pass through that, like, whatever the fuck dries you off field.
I think it's right before that it doesn't. Like the structure when they get up there looks like a TV show I would watch, and then
I wouldn't say TV show, but once they get in there, yeah, it looks sparse. I guess I would say I don't think anything specifically looks terrible in there, but it's sparse, and all the CG guys walking around is like, 3D animation, early 3D animation, and it's kind of janky. I still like the design of the inside. Yeah, Naboo has a lot of different shit going on. Not to mention, inside the city, there's the flight deck and the generator room, which the generator room itself, I think, is awesome in terms of design. Like, it looks sick.
In my defense, I'm going to run out real quick. And I want you to just bring up in my defense before you, because I don't want to miss everything you're saying, but aesthetically to look at, I put on the Discord clips to react to, aesthetics of Naboo, that like what I'm talking about, and if you could throw that up somehow.
The Windows XP thing.
Reference that.
So here's the droid invasion. And here's the Windows XP desktop default background. And yeah, for sure, they look the same. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, the droid army looks not good in the last scene. And Deke said earlier, you mean specifically the last battle, but that's the climax. Yeah, I get that. That's part of the climax. The climax of the movie is like split between 3 different things. It's like trying to echo what Return of the Jedi did, where at least in terms of structure, it's echoing what Return of the Jedi did, where you had like the land battle, which is this thing, or Han and Leia with the Ewoks. You had the space battle, which is Lando blowing up the Death Star, or Anakin in the Trade Federation ship. And then you had the lightsaber duel, which is, Duel of the Fates, or Luke and Darth Vader fighting in Return of the Jedi. So Lucas was, doing that again, but with the new thing. And, unfortunately, one of them is kind of dumb. It's literally goofy. Like, it's a war, but it's goofy with Jar Jar. But I thought the other 2 were cool. Even though I'll bring it up when Hayden comes back, I didn't think Jake Lloyd did a bad performance as Anakin. I really don't. I think he's just a fucking little kid, and that's how little kids act. But I know how to say they should have just made Anakin older. which whatever. But I thought his space battle at the end looked fine. And then obviously the Duel of Fates is goated, but yeah, the forest looks cool, the inside looks cool, but this is whatever. Yeah, I agree. No, we all agree with you, Hayden, that this looks bad. Or at least it looks dull, at least, you know.
And my point though too is Bliss was like the default wallpaper of Windows for years.
Yeah. You know, there is you know what they should have done for the final battle? There's a different shot in the Phantom Menace that's prior to this. That's the Gungans on their like fucking emus or whatever the hell they're riding. And they're like in the mist. I don't know if you remember the shot I'm talking about. They all like walk out of the mist and then you see them. That would have been a much better setting than broad daylight for this last battle. They do that a lot, you know, and fucking not comparing to Clone Wars, but they do
for sure. Well, look, I don't know if Lucas was kind of going for like a Braveheart kind of thing with that battle. It seemed to me like that was what he was going for, but it just
I mentioned when you were up a second ago, not in terms of the aesthetic here, but like in terms of the structure of the movie, the end of this movie, because I was talking about what Deke said, how this is the climax. This is 1/3 of the climax. Like it's doing the same thing Return of the Jedi did, right? Where it's like you have the lightsaber battle, you have the ground battle, and you have the space battle. There are 3 different things going on at the same time. Naboo, I'd talk about what it looked like. I think that this one thing, this battle area looks the most dated out of everything in the movie, but otherwise I think it's mostly just inoffensive, because you're never looking at anything too closely on Naboo, I should say. For me, I'm never looking at anything too closely to be disturbed, like take me out of the fucking.
But I guess this is
story.
where I come from, of like, you know, personally, like shot composition and all this kind of stuff in terms of how I view a film. At the end of the day, like, it's a messy movie to me. It's very messy. I'm not gonna say. I mean, look. Eventually, at some point, I guess we're going to get to Rise of Skywalker, which I think is literally one of the worst movies of all time.
That's going to be a much easier decision for us to do.
So I don't think, you know, this is on near the level of that, though, either. I just also don't think it's a very good film. I think there's a reason why, like, the prequel haters started because they just fucking hated this movie. And I don't know. The older I get and shit, it's just like, I get it. Like, I get it. The movie's a mess. And in my opinion, it's just a mess of a movie. With some cool ideas, and you know, Amidala's aesthetic is clearly iconic. Like, her costume design is clearly iconic. Qui-Gon's cool. The fight at the end's cool. Darth Maul as a concept of a character is cool.
You know, one thing you said that I think I'd like to talk about, I mentioned a second ago, that I disagree with you on, that I think maybe with the one thing we can actually have a dialogue on here, versus just like, I think it's bad, I think it's fine, you know, is you said Jake Lloyd's performance was bad. I disagree.
Yeah. Okay.
The reason I disagree, and I'll preface this by saying, yeah, Lucas could have just casted someone older. Right, that's the argument everybody makes. He didn't have to make Jake Lloyd that young. It would make more sense in the story if he even was older, right? But Yoda's fucking like, you're too old to be trained. Bullshit.
Yeah.
If I just put that aside, Jake Lloyd, I think he acts I don't know, it's just hard to. Sorry. He acts like a child, right? He is a child, and I think there are moments in the movie where he delivers really powerful, whether it's lines or emotion, like he's giving a performance at times. Other times he's just being like an inquisitive or whatever kid, and sometimes he's an obnoxious kid. But I think at the end of it, for me, he is just literally like a child playing a child, and I think he's doing fine with that.
Sure. I think from my perspective, just, there are a lot of great child-led performances out there. I don't think that what he was doing was like offensively bad. I mean, I said it's not a great performance, but I also, it's like, it's not on the top of my reasons I don't love the movie list. It's like,
Okay.
he wasn't great. That said, I mean, I maintain I still don't think he was great, but it wasn't his fault. I mean, goddamn, he's just a kid. He's probably in this situation because his parents made him want to act or whatever. It is what it is. I just, and there's, I can justify maybe Lucas seeing something in him that was like a naivety or something that he was giving, but there's just certain line reads and stuff that you go back, like little clips, even when he's in the little pod, and he's like, "Yeah, all right," whatever. It's like
It's
so
funny.
cartoonish.
I was about to say, one thing I think he does really well is he bounces off the other actors really well. When he's in a scene with multiple, like anyone else, I think he does actually a lot better than his alone scenes. Like you were just saying in the pod, he goes, "Oops, uh-oh," he's just like saying shit, but then he's like, "Will I ever see you again? What does your heart tell you?" "Yes, I think." "Then you will." And then he like cries. Right. I thought that was a really, maybe not the best in the world, but I thought it was pretty good for fucking Jake Lloyd. I don't know. Whenever he's talking to anyone, I thought he like delivers. But if that's not, the worst thing for you, I get that too. There's other things. I thought you were saying
I mean,
it was
it's
bad,
not.
but you're just saying there's things that you don't like. Then yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess after this, I'd say I'd be willing to put it in higher mid, because I think there's some immutable things about this movie that are just insanely good.
To me, like,
that I would be like remiss to put it in low mid.
the only reason that would justify putting it in good to me are like just the like iconic things, like Amidala's look and Jar Jar as an ironic character, like iconic. But I think as a movie, it's not a very good movie.
And I think another thing, other than Jake Lloyd, most of the performances are pretty good.
Yes, outside of Jake Lloyd, yes,
Like
but
Ewan
they don't
McGregor.
have much to chew on either, though. Is I guess my thing. Like, there's not a lot to chew on. Like even Obi-Wan in that movie is very like. Again, to my recollection, it's been fucking 6 years or whatever since I saw it last, because I don't really love this movie that much.
His whole thing, he was a little whiny until the end, and then he cries, and then he gets more stoic right at the end.
Yeah, to me, it's like that's kind of like part of the point of this movie is to show that at the end of the day, this is just about how little Anakin was discovered and Obi-Wan became Obi-Wan. That's like what this is really. By the end of it, this is what it's meant to do. This is really all George Lucas is saying that much outside of some of
He's kicking off the
political
events
mumbo
of the rest of the trilogy, but yeah, for this movie, that's mainly it. But you know, like other performances, all the little ones, I'm just gonna throw out there, like Shmi. I think Watto did a good job. I think Sabalwa did a good job. I think Frank Oz did a good job. I think
Watto.
I know he's a stereotype.
Sure.
But I think he fucking killed it. His role. He's believable. You know, Tusken Raiders, their performance, fantastic. Okay. I think, weirdly enough, I think one of the worst small performances in this movie is Sam Jackson's Mace Windu, but he only has like a couple lines, so I'm not. It's not that big a
they're
deal.
just setting up the council on this. Or it's
He
like,
didn't have much to go off of there. Your thoughts dwell on your mother.
All right, look, we could talk about episode 1 all day, but we got to get through this fucking list, bro. What are we gonna do? Mid or
I'll put
good?
high mid. That's kind of where we hit the middle, you know.
Because
Because you want to put it in low mid to bad, and I want it in, you know, goodish area. Episode 2, we're gonna disagree a little bit here, but not as much, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I would episode 2. I'm gonna put. I would say high mid. I would say high mid.
Yeah, I'll just go with what you say on this one because I recognize that I personally I get less enjoyment out of episode 2 than I do episode 1. That's probably entirely
What's
nostalgia.
funny to me though is that like as a movie, episode 2 does like just work more for me at least.
Yeah, it's a more cohesive, you know.
Yeah,
starts and ends.
Attack of the Clones is half bad, half good, and makes it quintessential mid. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing: like they meme all the Anakin and Padme stuff in that movie, but like,
that's not even the part I don't.
It's a story. It's telling you a story. It's like,
it's a romance.
It's a pretty.
And then thinking about it, it's like, yeah, he's angsty, dumbass teen in a fucking Jedi.
Yeah, cult. He's literally dumb as shit.
Never got no pussy.
And
he's met one girl.
Also, like, in terms of, I would take the only thing that could even come close to rivaling any scene. So, like in episode 1, it's look the Darth Maul, Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon battle is fucking cool.
Mm-hmm.
To me, like you have tons of little bits of episode 2 that are cool, like fucking when they're jumping out of the rape pod and going into the club and all that shit is fucking cool, and then it just leads to actual character development with Anakin, the whole falling in love with Padme and setting all that up. And then even the Obi-Wan stuff is cool with the clones going to the, like, that whole sequence is, like, pretty interesting. And that setup is interesting. The look of it is cool. On the deck and having to fight these guys off, like, that's stuff, and then it leads to a big battle. You also have the icon, the legend, Dracula himself, fucking Christopher Lee, Count Dooku. Come on,
a real villain.
That's cool in and of itself. And then even like as somebody who just likes movies, then that's cool. It's just He's Count Dooku.
Dooku. I think
the red sabers, and it's like even this. It was like the stuff that didn't work for me about episode 1 are just made a little more fun in episode 2. And everything's a little more fun.
I think the only reason I don't get as much enjoyment out of episode 2 is one of the issues you had with episode 1. I didn't, but I do with episode 2. Is that I think. Not necessarily dated, but I think the CG in episode 2 is way overdone. Not all of episode 2. There were parts of that movie that I hate in terms of how they look. I think, unfortunately, you know, a lot of Dooku looks terrible. I think his entire fight.
Yeah, because
I think the
Christopher Lee
entire
wasn't fighting like
Geonosis
any of that shit either.
Coliseum. I think the whole Coliseum scene where all the Jedi pull out their lightsabers looks dumb as fuck to me.
Agreed. That's the big failure of that movie, though. Is like all the scenes that I named that are cool are not the third act climax scene, which is silly. Like I kind of almost I want to turn that movie off by the time you get to the third act, which is like okay, whatever. Like
Yeah.
then they were all in the fucking thing, and then it's like Gladiator, but not, and they all just
Coleman Treebor
whatever.
gets shot in the head, the chest. But there are cool parts of that. Like I thought the animals were neat. I thought
Yeah, they're
I thought
cool.
the scene before the Jedi come out, it's cool, right? They come out on the carriage, and they do the kiss or whatever, and then they're on the poles. It's like, oh, what are you doing here? I'm here to rescue you, Master. Good job. That was funny. They bring out the fucking Acklay and the Reek, whatever the fuck they're called. Them all fighting them on their own. Thought was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then the CG Jedi all show up, and then it just comes into a what the fuck is going on fest. Begun the Clone Wars has, and then they. But there's moments intermixed in there too that are kind of neat, like when they're chasing Dooku on the speeder and they're in the ship, and then Anakin's like screaming like "Put the ship down" when Padme falls out. You're like, oh shit, he's actually feeling emotions right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I
mean, this is just the one that's like there are really cool scenes. To me, it's a more fun watch than watching episode 1, to be honest. Although, like I said, I'd probably fast forward through some shit, and much of that would be the ending. Like the end of the movie is just it's whatever.
Which is unfortunate because like when you think about episode 1, the ending is like one of the best parts. Some of the ending is one of the best parts. Yeah. Not the big battle scene, but I think, you know, obviously the lightsaber, and I was saying earlier when you weren't here that the episode 1 space battle scene being a little goofy, I still thought it was pretty good.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't
know, man. I mean, this movie is like, to me, the best scene of the movie is the club scene. You have some fun stuff in between. Like I said, the romance is still riddled with clunky dialogue, but it's still something. And it's a little bit endearing, you know. I like sand. You know.
I like sand.
I don't like sand. I don't like sand. I don't like sand.
No, the club is cool. And it keeps
rough and irritating. And it gets everywhere.
Just that sound that just plays the entire scene. I liked the whole B plot with Obi-Wan, you know, going to find Jango, and then all that shit was cool.
Yeah.
Investigating Tyrannus.
That stuff then too, yeah. The Obi-Wan B plot Jango shit is like that rocks. That's to me like it hits.
And the conversation when he's like imprisoned by Dooku, and he's like, you know, I really wish Qui-Gon was here right now. He'd help. You know, the Jedi are in control of the Sith. He's like, you're insane. That doesn't make sense. Like, that's a 16. And then later, Mini Yoda does backflips and Count Dooku throws a big pillar at him, and he has to catch it, drop his staff.
Yeah.
But you don't understand. Yoda does too menace to catch the lightning and then throw it back at Count Dooku, and they have the lightsaber battle. It's the lore. Kill yourself. I don't care about
There's
the lore.
fun stuff in the movie. Let's just...
We can move on.
Do I think it's a great movie? No. As a Star Wars fan, does that usurp it a little more for me? Yes. I think there's still fun stuff in episode 2, and you know, yes, I could take it on good.
Yeah. No complaints from me, says Bun. Good. That means
All
you're
right.
correct. Episode 3.
Let's do the damn thing, because let me tell you something right now. Episode 3,
Bad. Just kidding. It's elite.
Episode 3, elite.
And I'm happy with putting it at the top if you want to.
So this is my whole thing, okay, that have been getting to. Episode 3 could have been like 25 minutes longer, and it would have and that would be episode 1 and 2. Like, he just wanted to make episode 3. Episode 3 to me is like where it all cooks. This is where this is a movie.
Mm-hmm.
This is a movie. Like, we are going right now. This is what it's all about. Like,
could you imagine if like he made episode 1 and 2, did not release them, still got the feedback he needed, and then made episode 3, and then just made episode 1 and 2 after that? Weird release order, but they'd be good. You know, I think he'd be able to figure out a better story.
What if they're different? Yeah. An interesting thought. But
that didn't happen though. So let's talk about episode 3.
Yeah.
Why is it the best one?
Episode 3 is one of and this is where I'm keeping it in a bucket. Hopefully, maybe in talking about episode 3, you will start to understand some of my thoughts about 1 and 2 a little more, particularly maybe 1. But Star Wars Revenge of the Sith is one of my favorite films of all time. I think it's one of the greatest fucking movies ever fucking made. I think that Revenge of the Sith slaps so fucking hard. Velvet just tapping in with episode 2 over episode 1. Shut up. We'll talk about this in a second. Episode 3
we just talked about
is
like
one of the greatest fucking movies ever made. The tragedy of it, and look, and yes, I will get. I should come up with a horn or something, because the meme could be funny about when I put on the dorky cinema bro hat, or whatever you want to call it. But let me tell you something. This is the Grecian tragedy. But that he clearly is referencing. Like, this is the movie Lucas wanted to make. Like, it's fucking, Greek tragedy, and it's Shakespearean, and it's all of these fucking elements. And it's also when, like, he's never written better dialogue ever. And then in episode 3, suddenly, all of a sudden, it's good. Like, the dialogue's good.
I think some of that
the Darth Plagueis monologue alone is like, yo, dude, bro, like this is cooking. Like, it's
the dialogue. I think he got better at, probably, obviously, because he just already had written 2 movies, and then obviously the original trilogy, he didn't write them, but working with the same.
He wrote Star Wars though.
Yeah. Working with the same actors, movie to movie, I think he got a better vibe of like, okay, this is the actors and they are the characters now, right? And this is the story I want to tell. I know exactly how to write to get these actors to convey the shit I want them to convey. Like, he's been talking to Ian McDiarmid for 5 years. He's like, okay, this guy can do anything. I just write something epic, and he'll
was Palpatine in fucking
yeah.
He's known him for decades at that point.
Yeah. In the recent
years, we quote about it now in the life we're currently living in. How prophetic episode 3 is of, this is how democracy dies, with thunderous applause.
Yeah.
People, oh my god, how prophetic this movie is. Anakin's love. These were all the ideas that were stirring in his head, and he was just milking it for 2 movies. Though this is how I feel about it. It's like, you're dragging out what you really want to fucking say. Just bust the load and say the damn thing, and that's episode 3. That is like, this is what the fuck I came here to say, and I'm saying it. And holy fuck, dude, every scene of that movie is so good. It's just a great fucking movie. This is what I'm saying. You could plop some dorky NYU film student who's never seen any Star Wars movie down in a seat and show them episode 3, and it would be hard for them to argue that it's not at least a pretty good movie. Like, this is like, it's everything. It's getting the lore of Star Wars and putting it into this deep, dark tragedy of a guy whose love is his burden, and it's what compromises the integrity of his entire existence, and also the ramifications one person's love and desire and needs have on an entire political structure. Like, it's
so
it's
cool.
beyond. It's beyond.
Lucas cooks when he writes a movie that ends where the good guys don't win, right? When he makes a movie like that, because it's a story structure that is not often explored by movies. I mean, it is, but like not nearly as popular as just regular hero's journey. Go do the shit, you win, you're done. This ends
it's
with
the
everything
Greek
being
tragedy
fucked up. Yeah,
structure.
it's another one.
Yeah.
But it's so fucking awesome. Velvet, I'll never forget crying in the theater. I have the high ground. Yeah, I mean, the whole movie is quotable.
You are my brother, Anakin. I loved you.
I hate you.
I hate you. The metaphor of cutting off his legs. Oh my god, dude! It's so good. And Natalie Portman in that movie too, giving one of her great. She is one of the great actresses of our time, and one of her great performances is in Episode 3. And of Obi-Wan standing on the deck too, and he looks at her. You brought him here. No. She's panicking.
Just like
Anakin, you turned her against me.
Let her go, Anakin.
You have done that yourself.
Let her go.
Oh my god. That movie. Dude,
God.
Episode 3 is literally just... And this is what I'm saying then. When I talk about... And this... Hopefully now that we're talking about Episode 3, which is literally one of my favorite movies of all time, it speaks to maybe some of my animosity towards Episode 1. Because there are film fans, cinephiles, or whatever, who dismiss the prequel trilogy. I hate the prequels. Oh, the prequels suck, or whatever. Based off of the fact that, like, Episode 1 is not really a great movie. I find, objectively, it's not a great movie. It's messy. And then it's like, how... It makes me upset, because then it's like, how can you dismiss the whole trilogy of films when then you get Revenge of the Sith, which is just, to me, objectively a fire fucking movie. Like, a really good film.
A lot of fire.
That is very well constructed. Everything about it, it's so devastating, but also, like, I mean, turning Anakin truly falling back into the dark side too. I mean, and that shot, that iconic shot of, you know.
Yeah, there's two ways to look.
Skywalker, how are we gonna get out of here? And you're the glistening against a child's face, and then later in Alley, he told me you killed younglings. Oh my god.
No, but honestly, they should have put the Grogu scene in the movie. Ahmed Best saving Grogu. That should have been in the movie. Would have made more sense after watching Mandalorian season 2.5. No,
yeah, for sure.
There's two ways to look at Episode 3. I just want to bring
but
it up
also,
real quick.
Then when you're talking about lightsaber fight, I mean, Yoda, you get the best Yoda fight of all time in Episode 3. Yoda and versus Palpatine is dope as fuck too, and that CGI ages just fine. It's
let me say one thing really quick. Just in terms of, we can keep glazing in a second, but when we look at Episode 3, I think again it's important to differentiate, Episode 3 in the context of Star Wars in the trilogy, and Episode 3 on its own, in the same way we're doing the other movies. Because you were saying a second ago, that's where the animosity comes from with Episode 1 and 2. I get that. I was mainly trying to not think about that, but it is, with episode 3 and both instances, it's a good movie, right? Like, even in context of episode 1 and 2, you can see what they were going for a lot better after seeing episode 3. Like, episode 1, you're supposed to be like, okay, he's a slave, he's got a shitty childhood, but he has a loving mother, he loves his family, he gets taken away. His mom. Episode 2, he's in a Jedi cult, and he's like, trying to do the right thing, and then his mom dies, but he's in love, so everything's not terrible. Episode 3, everything falls the fuck apart, right? Then it makes sense. Okay. But yeah. Also, yeah, other technical things in episode 3 that we shouldn't ignore. CG has aged very well. CG is, I think there's a little bit that's like, but it doesn't matter because in the context of the
episode
shots,
3, you have
like
dicey
fine.
parts, but it's not. This is, I guess, my
It's
whole
way better.
other
It's
thing.
way
Like,
better.
the story is so good and it's so well constructed. It doesn't even really matter that much. And then, but also, like, the volcano duels.
They quite literally just got way better at CG by then.
Yeah.
Like, if you think about the droids in episode 3 versus episode 1, it's like...
Well, this is the thing, too, is I think, like, multiple things by the time Lucas got to episode 3 were able to converge in terms of, like, what he really wanted to say. And this is my thing, too, is, like, it's all politics. Lucas is very political, and what he really wanted to say philosophically and politically really came out in episode 3. Like, that's when he really was like, this is what it's actually all been about. Then, and also then, like, the technology was actually catching up with him by that point to, like, do these things. And yeah, the vision of having it all on this volcanic planet at the end is, like, it's great.
Awesome. Yeah.
And works on so many levels. It's a metaphor of it and everything too. It's just, it's great. To me, it's so top tier Star Wars. And this is what I say is, like, when I think about what is my favorite Star Wars movie, I go back and forth between these 3 we have at the top right now. Like, I literally... I don't know. And I guess I was arguing, too, for the OG Star Wars to be at the top because, personally, I feel like the OG Star Wars is neck and neck with Revenge of the Sith. It's just because I just have such reverence for it. I think there would be no Star Wars without that first movie, and, like, it just functions so well. Even if it is a classic Joseph Campbell hero's journey story, like, the groundwork that Lucas lays with that movie is just iconic for a reason. And it is a solid space adventure movie.
They did a lot of crazy shit making that movie. Like, why they went to Tunisia? Why the fuck did they like? How did he convince people to let him do that? No, episode 3. I think one thing I want to bring up, for the sake of just bringing up, is best lightsaber battle in the whole saga. For me, is between Duel of the Fates and Mustafar battle.
Yeah.
In terms of things I find enjoyable, not necessarily like impact on the story or whatever, but just things I like to look at. The episode 3's battle is like epic on grand proportions, and it's like, the score is epic. It's late epic. I think the one thing I like about episode 1 more is it felt, I think I just liked the choreography more of episode 1. It was tighter. Everything felt like more, purposeful. But
yeah, I mean, look, the
They're both awesome.
lightsaber choreography and all that shit is really great. And I just, for me though, that I think it's just a scale of what is important, your own metric of these kinds of things. Like it's the lightsaber choreography is great in episode 1. It doesn't.
Yeah, I was just isolating that just to talk about just that.
But yes.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, it's Revenge of the Sith. It's just, this is.
You know, some
This
people shit on the ending of episode 3 with the big no by Vader.
Yeah.
I don't.
I think it's great. I think it leads into the fantastical camp, borderline camp of launching into Star Wars, where he's walking down the hallway and it's 7-foot David Prowse and the thing. I mean, like, no, yeah, it works great for me. Roll.
Yeah. I imagine someone that hates themselves would watch that and be like, "Oh, they ruined it," you know. But it's really just someone who fucking hates themselves and can't find joy in anything in life anymore. Yeah, that's episode 3. It's perfect in every way.
I just think episode 3 is.
You know what?
That is Star Wars.
One thing that's a little dated. The one thing I'll point out. Yoda looks a little weird still.
Sure. Yeah.
It's still the best one. Okay. What came out after that? Episode 7.
All right, let's rip through these last few.
Okay. Force Awakens.
Good.
I'll put it below episode 2 and good. IMO. Because it's.
I mean, yeah. No, wait, put it below. Then make sure, because then you can order them within the tier we're talking about.
Yes, I was doing highest on the right, but that makes more sense.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna put Revenge of the Sith at the front. But these are mostly they're within half a point, you know.
I mean, this is very close, though.
Execute Order 66. Do it. But yeah, episode 7. It's a rehash. It's a JJ. It doesn't do anything that new. All the performances are.
Well,
really
you're saying
good.
7 is better than 2 overall. I don't know. I mean, look. Here's the thing. Structurally, yes, because it is very clean cut. Like Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, the things all happen. They go to the place. They do the Campbell hero's journey. They're copying all of it. They're doing A New Hope. It's Star Wars again. Force Awakens by JJ's admittance of that's what he thought he should do or whatever. It's just basically remake the movie and argue its history repeats itself in this world, and that's what that means.
Means I don't have to try on this one.
But that's why I just think, I don't know, and as it ages,
it's a very
I don't even want to get into the nitty gritty of if Force Awakens is better than Episode 2. I mean, I guess I don't know.
Star Wars again is better than 2 in my onion, but I think 2 and 1 should switch places anyway. I mean, obviously I get what you're saying with 2 and 1, but I think being as objective as I can, I get where Hayden's coming from. I think 2 has more objectively going for it than 1. But in the same, sounding like a hypocrite, earlier I'm like, we should take these as individuals. It's very, very difficult for me to look at Episode 7 as an individual movie, because if I did, I'd be like, wow, this was really creative. But it's not. Nothing about this movie is creative, other than like
the cold open. It's the beginning. It's the first 7 minutes of the movie are the one like very unique, interesting idea of crashing, all this shit that like excited people. But then as the movie goes, it's Star Wars with ends there.
And
You have the
there's things I'm annoyed by too, just in general. Like, why is it just stormtroopers again? Why did they look?
It's fine, you know.
It's fine,
It
but
was
that's the whole movie for me. Is it's fine, but why are they doing this again? And there's also like
because
other things.
it was member berries, you know, and it mostly worked for most people.
Yeah, sure. There were other things that are like
Just then kill Han Solo, but then you think about it and you're like, what a shitty idea that Han and Leia's kid was the
why are you
next
killing
Darth
him in the
Vader.
first
Like
movie
that
before he
sucks.
gets to hang out with Mark Hamill? Like he wanted member berries, but he didn't get the fucking gang back together.
No, because it wouldn't follow the exact structure of, you know, Luke Skywalker's Yoda
And JJ
in this
couldn't
universe.
make a new fucking character. He couldn't be fucked to make a new character. He could make Rey's brother or something.
Anyway, yeah, we'll leave it there for now. We're gonna look back on these all once we rip through these last few. So let's go.
Also,
There's
production really quick. Personally, I think the lightsabers look bad. I think they went way too hard with the glowing lightsabers.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Episode 8. I'll put in...
I mean... Thank you. Great. To me, it's great. I'm the Last Jedi guy, though. I'm the guy who... I think The Last Jedi is great.
I agree with the parts that you like about The Last Jedi.
You can maybe defend the people who hate the movie. I think the people who hate the movie really just don't get what Ryan was trying to cook at this point.
I admit it best. You're a Zoomer.
Yeah, no.
But here's the
because The Last Jedi, and again, this is, I guess, me putting it back on my movie boy hat, is this is a guy who's trying to make a good movie, and if you look at Last Jedi, it is a fucking good movie. From start to finish, it's telling a distinct story, clear story, with a clear message. Yes, there are problems. I think the Rose and Finn arc ends in a weird way, but I do actually think that that story is valid throughout the film. And you have to remember, it's like big fans of the franchise forget or don't contextualize. Like, the first line of The Force Awakens, and this is why I would put Force Awakens at low good. Like, you know, to me, it's almost high mid to me the more I think about it. Whatever. But it's like,
yeah.
The movie starts out, the line of the opening scroll is, Luke Skywalker has vanished.
Why?
And you're like, why? Yeah, what? Why? He is supposed to be the guy. And JJ's whole thing was, he's vanished so that I can just remake Star Wars, but then, like, the next guy can figure it out.
Yeah.
And we talked about, like, the whole thing of, like, this is also kind of Kathleen Kennedy's fault, but whatever. It's like, look, Rian Johnson came in and had to try and justify the idea that Luke Skywalker, who's supposed to be the guy, you know, the great Jedi of all time, has fucked off. Why would Luke Skywalker fuck off? And I think the story that he told actually made some sense and was interesting. And I defend that movie too and be like, this is a shitty Luke Skywalker. Whatever. The end of the movie is so great when it's like the kid recounting sort of, then Luke Skywalker showed up and he stood up to Kylo and he's playing with like action figures.
It's a symbol.
It's so great, but whatever. I mean, look, yes, it's the legend of Luke Skywalker has been redeemed by what the fuck JJ set up in Force Awakens, which was that Luke pieced out.
Mm-hmm.
I think there are a ton of fun ideas in it. I think also the idea at the end of The Last Jedi, it's bastardized by the next movie, which we're obviously about to somewhat talk about, but like, it's an echo of Strike Me Down and I'll Always Be Around from, OG Star Wars of Obi-Wan. But the idea to me was that Luke is the most powerful of all time. He is the last Jedi. Like, real Jedi. He is always going to fucking be around.
Mm-hmm.
He'll be fucking shit up. He has existed beyond the necessity of a physical body. He's boom. He's done. He's exists differently. And in my defense of that theory, the original script that or the original version of the next movie that was being worked on by the fucking Jurassic World guy, which was always a weird hire to me, but that original version was doing that like Luke was always around as what you see him as at the end of Last Jedi. Like, he exists like as a character, but
right.
with the Force. He's not,
But
and he was
JJ's
like in
Luke
like the
Skywalker's
whole
vanished
movie
again.
of it. What?
But then JJ's like, nah, what if Luke Skywalker vanishes
Now,
again?
what if then he's just like a ghost on this island, and then he says like, whatever. We'll get to that movie in a minute. But like, to me, it was a very interesting and cool way to try and redeem this character and rethink him. And I think it speaks to, we've talked about the original trilogy, but like, Luke was a bitch.
Yeah.
Okay? Like, in the original movie, it's like his fucking family gets killed, and he's like, oh man, okay, what's next? He's like kind of a bitch and like whiny and all this shit, and it's like by the end of it, he's become this noble Jedi with all the context of who he really is and his family and what have you. But I think then that's what Rian Johnson was trying to tap into with Last Jedi too, is like the worst parts of him with the great parts of him, and like reconciling that again because of the setup he was given. I do not think at all that Rian Johnson would have written The Last Jedi in the way it exists now, were it not for the way that The Force Awakens exists. I don't think that's the version he would have written originally. But
okay, hold on. Let me say one thing before we address what Bung just fucking shit onto the keyboard. I will completely and utterly defend Luke's character in The Last Jedi to the ends of the earth. I have thought about it so much in the last however many years. I think it's completely and utterly right. I think character assassination is a complete misunderstanding.
Contextually, I think it's important contextually considering the way that JJ did him in Force Awakens. But yes, continue.
I think contextually the character would have reacted the way he would, given the context of that, the way it was written, right? Ryan made sense of a nonsensical decision. I will say the things quickly, just to get them out there, things I didn't like about The Last Jedi. Personally, I didn't like the look of the aliens. I thought they were all bland. I think a lot of the set design was kind of just bland and brown on Canto Bight. Hold on. Okay. I didn't hate it. I just thought it was bland. It's like I've seen so much Star Wars and everything looks earth tone for some reason now. I don't like how Phasma just kind of became I mean, she wasn't anything to begin with, and then she continued to not be anything, which is a little disappointing. I was disappointed that they didn't do anything with her. She was just a fucking toy at the end of the day. She had a cool book I liked, but that's irrelevant to the movie. Just kind of my disappointment. I think people who get pissed off at flying Leia are sad individuals.
Well, I don't know if Velvet's still in the chat. He was one of them, but that was so stupid. I was like, dude, come on. Really?
And she's not flying. She's pulling.
No, she's pulling
Doing
back
a very
into the
light
ship with the
force pull.
force.
Like, okay,
With the
say you're in
last-
space and there's no gravity, and you're in the space station and you push the wall a little bit, you start floating backwards, right? That's all she was doing.
Yes, I
That's
know.
literally all she.
You don't have to explain it to me.
I'm
I
arguing at
agree
the
completely.
world right now. I'm arguing at the
I-
world.
I agree completely.
I will give it. It looked a little goofy. It looked a little
It
goofy.
looked a little bit goofy, sure, but you want to
Did
know
it
what
ruin
didn't
the
look
movie?
goofy? The fucking throne room scene, which looks amazing. Which to me looks like some of the best aesthetic Star Wars shit I've ever seen in my goddamn fucking life. To the point where you should pull up a still of it, please. Pull up the throne room. Fucking
Here we go.
when they
Battle
trick
Dreams.
when Kylo tricks Snoke and snipes his ass, and it is a direct aesthetic reference to Kurosawa's filmmaking as the original trilogy was. Oh my, yeah, dude, bruh. Get like a real shot. That's a good one. That's a good one. I mean, oh, shit, bruh. Yo. This is just straight Kajamusha right here, bro. Come the fuck on. And this sequence is incredible. It's like, it is so well written. Like, actually, if you give a fuck about screenwriting, like, this is good writing. This was good screenwriting. Jesus Christ. Like, how can I explain this to somebody? I don't even know. Like, they have this look. He does it. He betrays Snoke, slices through him. She is convinced you have come to me. You've seen what I see in you. We're together now. We're unified. They fucking kill all these guys, and the betrayal at the end. No, it's all misunderstanding. No, Kylo, no, you're gonna come with me. We're gonna take this over. And she's, no, we're gonna take. Oh my god, that's good shit, dude. It's good shit right here, bro. Bung, expand on that because I'm about to pop off on your ass. When Phantom Menace done is not the whole movie, but when TLJ, what the fuck do you mean by that? You're gonna tell me that this shot that's on screen right now is inferior to a shot from any shot from the Phantom Menace? You would literally be wrong on a cinematographical level. You're literally wrong. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Type of fight scene in movie does not make movie good. He's not talking about the fight scene.
It's literally not what I was talking about at all. Thank you for the support, despite that we did not.
He didn't even get to the fighting part yet. And I was going to say the fighting part isn't even perfect. It's fine.
I think it is
good.
cool. I like when the one knight does the
yeah,
and like draws them in.
And there was
that's not even what I was talking about at all. It was the character dynamics, the impact of what this means for the relationship dynamics between two characters and how that propels the plot forward. Like that's what is great about this sequence. The look of it is extremely good. Like, it just looks fucking great. But also, it's this really impactful, like, harrowing scene between Rey and Kylo of, like, what they have meant to each other in terms of how they can relate to this weird force bond they've built. But then also, like, where that goes from here of she thinks somehow she's. This is about the way it impacts the plot. I didn't even mention anything about the fight.
Let's talk about how the Phantom Menace fight impacted the plot. And how that lead up
Qui-Gon died.
That lead up to the fight where it's like, you guys go that way, we'll take the bad guy. And then they fight, and then Qui-Gon dies, and it's sad, yeah. And then you get a 5-minute Dave Filoni clip where he's like, it's called the Duel of the... And I love that clip. Don't get me wrong. But in the context of the movie, you don't know the song.
What draws the two characters, Punk, Kylo and Rey, further apart from when they had been throughout the film, drawn closer together. Of, we are staging this coup, which is a plot-driven motivation. We're staging this coup, but then character dynamics change when, wait a second, I did this because I thought you were going to come with me. And then the opposite, I thought you were going to come with me. And then, no, you're farther apart than you had realized. Your motive. See, but you're just a hater, dude. You're just a hater. Gotta rewatch this movie, man.
Not Luke, though, because you misunderstand the character. Luke would never attack someone for half a second. He's returned.
And let's not get it twisted. That Luke fight, when it's the astral projection of Luke, is dope. And Kylo's anger slashing at what's ultimately just air because Luke is one with the Force and he just bows out. So,
talk about anything else, literally any other part of the movie, and come on it.
Develop, but that's what you're both. Look, in my opinion, you're both wrong. This is a great movie. I don't know. This is a very good movie that I don't know what people wanted out of this film, considering what The Force Awakens was.
I'll play devil's advocate for a second as to what they're talking on, because I half agree that, Kylo and Rey and Luke, in my opinion, are the best part of this movie. I don't like as much the Finn plot. I don't like as much that entire, you called it the side quest earlier, right?
Wait. First of all, talk about one of the points I brought up. Bung, I already did talk about one of the points, the epic fight scene in a movie make movie not good, because you completely misconstrued what I was talking about, and I already defeated you on that.
No, okay, hold on. Bung, hold on. Bung, you said...
that was already one. That's one and done already.
These were your points from earlier. Let's go Chrome Dome. That was one point. I'm not talking to you, Poe. That was another point. What the fuck are you talking... We will defeat the First Order with love. Okay, that was corny. Sure. But
yeah, okay. Well, here's what I will say then. The Poe storyline. Yeah. The Poe storyline makes so much sense because it's about this guy that's this gung-ho, trigger-happy, militaristic fighter. This guy who knows nothing but to fight in a militaristic fashion and thinks he deserves this top-of-the-line. He thinks he deserves advancement because of his own view on this, militarism and the way that the order or the rebellion, what's it called now? And these ones, then it's the First Order or the rebellion or
resistance.
Resistance, right? Yeah.
Christ.
The resistance is what it is now. I mean, there's a fundamental stupidity, I think, in the sequel trilogy. That's its own conversation, but whatever, yeah. In the resistance, he thinks that he has this concept of what it should be, but Laura Dern's character, who I actually think is extremely well written, humbles him by the end of it with her no, you can't just go in guns a-blazing and decide that and that's the way to solve some sort of conflict when you're in the midst of a militaristic conflict. That's not how these situations are solved, and she humbles him in that storyline where he realizes, I got to think beyond kiss, kiss, bang, bang.
It is. I mean, it's
I don't know. I couldn't explain every plot point to me. I think is good in this movie. Even the Ray and Finn stuff. I mean, even the Rose and Finn stuff. It ends in a way that I think is corny and weird. I don't love the way it ends, but that plot line is great to me about like Finn's alignment with the Resistance.
Don't even.
In the first film is so attached to his loyalty to Rey and not his attachment to like as a stormtrooper seeing what is actually going on in terms of the hierarchical, the political implications of what he was defending as a stormtrooper. And he has to in Canto Bight then see like, oh, we're defending these capitalistic, oligarchical, these institutions that I never even really knew existed because I was born and bred to defend a thing that I never should have. See?
We're getting more opinions that are...
I'm gonna take a piss.
Okay, Hayden's gonna take a piss. I'm gonna talk for a minute because Hayden interrupts me a lot when I talk. Let me talk about what Bong was saying earlier first before I get to the new shit. We will defeat the First Order. We kind of touched that. Flying Leia bait and switch. I'm not sure how that's... Okay. So part of the Last Jedi, I know it's memed to death, but it's... Ryan Johnson was like, I want to, subvert expectations, which is a meme, but there's validity to the idea of subverting expectations, especially Episode 8 of Star Wars. The shit that... The last movie, Episode 7, was a repeat of Episode 4. It was the same fucking movie. People didn't want Episode 5 again, right? The main complaint about Episode 7 was that it was the same fucking movie again. So the idea of a bait and switch with Leia dying, right? You're expecting Leia to die. She didn't. Would it have worked if she died? Sure. It still worked when she didn't. Hayden can probably speak more to that. He's watched the movie more than me. But it's just unfortunate, how it ended up in the next movie where, Carrie Fisher actually died. That sucked. Didn't actually get to fucking do anything cool with her character after that. I will continually and vehemently disagree with the Luke Skywalker character assassination that forced all Star Wars media to shift him to a non-Luke Skywalker forever, except for Battlefront 2 that came out like a year later that had like the most true to character Luke Skywalker ever. So I don't know what you're talking about. Or in the fucking maybe you're talking about Boba Fett Luke. I mean, he's a little bit all over the place at times. Different people write him. I'm just trying to...
Okay, what the hell's going on now? Now
hold
I'm trying to...
Hold on. I'm trying to catch up to... gem in a pile of shit. Bong is upset. I'm upset. We're all upset. Talk about...
This is getting sticky and controversial, and
okay.
I feel like I just argued the shit out of what the fuck I'm talking about.
While his lesson couldn't have been learned any other way than you're under arrest, Leia give him the actual answer halfway through the movie. Holdo just antagonizes. Yeah, because the situation, I don't think she should have been in that situation. She's a new character and you don't know her. That's why you think that.
I know Holdo doesn't just antagonize because she's
an admiral.
Oh my god. Am I taking crazy pills? Holdo sacrifices herself by the end of the film and teaches him what real heroism is. She is willing to die. And she's peaceful throughout the whole film, rebels against his getting crazy about it, and I'm willing to die and go down with the ship in service of the Resistance rather than being a big asshole about it. But no, don't compare this to Man of Steel because I have passionate feelings about Man of Steel being a decent movie and a piece of shit Superman movie. So don't even get me started on that. But
about that.
Lucas,
That's
not
'cause
talking about because
we were talking about post The Last Jedi Luke representation, and was he saying it's
Jippy, yeah, Man of Steel is terrible. Thank you.
Oh my god, I don't like having so many people chatting on such a nuanced topic.
It's fine.
I can't talk this quickly.
We can be started with Henry Cavill. I'll commit war. Oh my god, what are you you're a big defender? Look, we all did. Let's just say I could wrap this up in 2 seconds. Hey, thank you, Jippy, for being a woke gooner. And you know what we do for woke gooners? We give them the front and we get a little on the back. But let me tell you something. The fucking Henry Cavill thing, we can be wrapped up in 2 seconds. Look, he was great casting. He's a great actor. He's aesthetically great for the role. He was in some fucking piece of shit movies about people who don't understand fundamentally the character of Superman. Could he have played him better? Yes, but he also got many, many chances to play that character. It just is what it is. You got to live and let live and live and let die.
Rest in peace, James Bond.
Yeah, exactly. Superman wants to be Hyperion so bad. What an L take.
Look, Bung, a second ago you said Luke's not taking in Grogu because he has to remove all attachments. Is the Last Jedi poison? I think you're shitting on the wrong person for that decision. I think that's
fully. This is what I'm saying. I feel like
Robert Rodriguez
done a pretty good job of trying to contextualize this film right here. Like,
why is episode 2
below Last Jedi? This is what I'm explaining. I've just been explaining this right now, and everyone's just catching up on this live feed. Look, you can go back, please. Maybe this encourages it. We have a link for our YouTube archive right here. Please go back and look at our stream. And then leave comments on the video. It's just simply not people. No. Episode 1 had Darth Maul. Yeah.
You're true.
Well, that's what I
You're not wrong.
That's what makes it.
I can't argue with that. That was the only good thing out of the new trilogy. Hard disagree. BB-8's pretty good.
Yes, I think we both generally.
I generally
disagree, but I do think Kylo was like the best invented character of the series.
I think I'm glad they didn't just pull some random fuck from the EU or the Legends, like one of their 9 kids. I'm Jaden Solo. Oh, Babu Frick, yeah.
BB-8.
Few jobs.
Clone Wars series towers over all these. I wouldn't say all of these, but yeah. I mean,
my god, who said that?
That's its own conversation.
Oh, you fucking said that. Yeah, no, you're wrong. Clone Wars is.
What about Babu Frick? I mean, listen, let's get into it. Okay, can I just
talk about Clone Wars for once? I know we both want to do something real quick. Clone Wars mid.
Oh my god!
Some of it is very, very like the end of it, top tier, best shit ever. The worst of Clone Wars is the worst shit I've ever seen in my fucking life, and it's terrible.
Yeah.
So overall, I'm putting it at mid. Just to quickly go over that. Go ahead.
Look, we came to this because Episode 3 is one of the greatest films of all time. That's really what Lucas wanted to say. George Lucas, in his whole prequel trilogy, he wanted to do Episode 3. We already argued a lot about the first 2. Max is a bigger fan than I am. If you want to blame anyone, you can blame me for why Episode 2 maybe landed slightly lower. It all is what it is. Or I guess maybe you would agree more with Episode 2. Episode 1 was a bigger argument. Yeah, Episode 1 was a huge argument. It is what it is. I feel as though Lucas really wanted to make Episode 3, and that was what he wanted to do all along. He just had to make a trilogy of films. That was the deal, and this is what we got. That's the big movie. In terms of Last Jedi, yes, I think Last Jedi is a very good film that a lot of people miss because they prioritize Force Awakens, which is not a great... It's a great movie insofar as it's structured well, and it is a very fan glazing movie. What do you call it? Fan service. You know, it's all about fan service, and it does fan service medium well. Whereas the movie we're about to talk about does fan service the worst you could ever do it, and it's made by the same filmmaker. But Last Jedi has specific arguments, and as a film is structured in a way that actually is decent. So just go back, watch that movie, or go back and watch the arguments we've already talked about, because Last Jedi, once again, it's about people being persuaded to fight for something that is greater than their own perceptions of what they want to be personally. It's about being greater than yourself, bigger than yourself, fighting for something.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
What
We're not
Bong just
gonna.
said
Whatever.
pisses me off more than anything else in all of Star Wars fandom. More than the anti-woke bullshit, this is a complete misunderstanding. You did not watch the movie. You did not pay the fuck attention to The Last Jedi if that's what you got out of it.
Oh.
You didn't pay attention to Return of the Jedi. You didn't pay attention to the original trilogy at all. Okay. You didn't pay attention to the fact that Mark Hamill said, this doesn't make sense, and then he fucking talked with Rian Johnson and got it and supported it for the rest of his fucking life. He still supports the movie. He thinks it's good. Now let me get into the specifics. Okay, so don't do the boom. It's putting pressure on me. It's scaring me.
No, listen.
So
We
in the
can
movie-
maybe, please, listen, chat. Come back again, and we will do a whole Last Jedi Tuesday stream. After Daredevil ends, we need reasons to do Tuesday streams. We will do a whole Last Jedi Tuesday stream. Everybody can come in. You can talk about it. You can bitch about it. You can do whatever you want to do.
You know what, sure.
This stream is going to be on replay. We've already talked about this film.
No, here we go, Bong. We'll do it next
We
Tuesday.
talked about it ad nauseum, and we need to get through this fucking
We need
list.
to finish this list. I do want to speak to that. I'm sorry I just talked shit on you and didn't give an explanation at all. We can do that next Tuesday. Bungoy has added the... Oh, sucks balls. Boba Fett show sucks balls. Yeah, but that's not on the list right now. We're not doing shows right now. We're just doing movies. The next movie to come out was... oh shit, no, we skipped Rogue... We'll do Rogue One and Solo after. We'll do Rise of Skywalker now. That's bad. It's the worst. Yeah. It's one of my least favorite movies in the world.
But bad. Straight bad. It's literally one of the worst films ever made. It's very bad in terms of everything. It's a horrible stitched together screenplay. It's badly edited, midly acted, an atrocious film, an assault on filmmaking is what I feel. But is what it is.
People who defend it will frame it as like it's trying to fix what The Last Jedi did, and then it's like, no, The Last Jedi was
so insane to me, considering like the weird CGI, the weird ADR, the weird everything is weird and bad, and it's a bad movie. It's a very bad movie.
We could talk about that on Tuesday too. I think there's a lot. It's just going to be a lot of shit talking and a lot of calling you stupid, Josh. But
yeah. So bye. Let's just burn through it. Tuesday. Let's burn through it.
Tuesday.
Okay? Because I feel like there shouldn't even be. I shouldn't even have to defend the fact that Rise of Skywalker is literally one of the worst movies ever made. I mean, it's a horrible film. It's literally like a fucking bad movie.
How do I time out on OBS? How do I time Ange out? Could someone, Bone, could you time Ange out for 1 second?
I do that. That's road.
Because she says, can we watch Star Wars Theory? That's more than 1 second. That's a million seconds. What did you do?
Who's deleting? Don't delete Angela. Moderator
no, that's what happens when you time someone out. It gets rid of all their messages. But it's funny. God. It's a meme. It's meme. I can still see all the messages.
Okay, well, listen. Let's just move on because I feel like It's agreed between us, and I feel like if you have watched any movies that aren't Star Wars movies or bullshit things in your life, then you should know that it's literally a bad movie. I mean, like, as a movie, it's bad. It's like
No, Josh
the
was wrong.
characters say nothing, they do nothing, it leads to nothing, it all does nothing. And then even if you're a Star Wars fan, alone, the line of Lando Calrissian when he goes,
You're right, Bong.
"We were all fighting against something back then. We all did it together." Motherfucker, you were the twist, not villain in Empire. Like, this doesn't make any sense. Whatever, dude. This doesn't have to be defended.
Fuck it. I'm just gonna say Josh was arguing with it, even if he wasn't, and I just got it wrong. He's now he's the scapegoat.
Yeah, okay, there it is. Rise of Skywalker is the worst of the worst. It's literally one of the worst movies of all time, so it is what it is.
Yeah. Fuck Josh. Fuck him right on his penis. All right.
What's next?
Next, we'll do Rogue One.
Nerd.
Rogue One,
Nerd.
Oh, Rogue One.
Put it.
I'm circling around there too.
Yeah, let me just set it.
Circling great and high good to great.
Yeah. Is it better than 2? Is it? I would put it in great, probably.
I think I would too, yeah.
Because
great.
Yeah,
great.
There's nothing that wrong with it.
It's great. It's very easily rewatchable too. It's great. It's great.
Yeah.
I think it's really like, even if we take, because I do understand that Last Jedi is a very divisive film. If you take that out of the equation, I think that Rogue One is the greatest Disney Star Wars movie.
I don't mind putting it above Last Jedi because I think there are definitely parts of Last Jedi that are better than parts of Rogue One.
I would agree, though. I would agree. I
think a through line, Rogue One is better all the way through. Yeah. How much to drag Last Jedi down?
See, I'm saying, like, no, I could defend Last Jedi. I'm saying I would read you your rights. This is what the fuck I'm saying. If I can read anybody their motherfucking rights when it comes to The Last Jedi actually being a very fucking good movie, and that people were pissed off on that movie based on their own fan fiction they had on their head because of what JJ did with Force Awakens and the way he set that up, and the fact that Disney had no plan, and my man Rian Johnson tried to come through and write a film that was actually interesting and ask questions and talked about politics in a way that George Lucas originally intended Star Wars to do, was to talk about politics.
Bung just said,
what the fuck ever.
Bung just said Rogue One worse than Phantom Menace and better than 2.
Mamma mia!
That's obscene.
That's absurd. Wait, Star Wars is a political movie? Last Jedi sucks fat cock.
Mamma mia!
So it's good?
Mamma mia!
Right. I don't want to see Luke drinking the titty milk. I don't want to see him drinking the titty milk. He should be old and badass and cool and do badass stuff and be cool and badass.
Mamma mia!
Oh my god.
Mamma mia!
Luke is only good in the end of Mandalorian Season 2 and he kills all the things and looks cool.
It's not as though him becoming one with the Force in a way that is unprecedented in the history of the franchise means that he's the strongest. Whatever.
It's not like he has consistent faults throughout every single movie that he's in, and then for some reason he still has those faults in the next movie. Oh shit. Fuck. Alright, Solo.
In a way that is justifying.
I'd put Solo there.
Once again, what is the first line, chat? Can somebody in chat tell me what's the first line of The Force Awakens in the opening scroll? What's the first line? Just throw that in chat. And then justify. How would you justify that? How would you justify then the film that comes after that opening line Yeah. The opening scroll line is Luke Skywalker has vanished.
Mamma mia!
Why? Why the fuck has he vanished? Why?
When I
As
when I
Jedi
like Super
says,
8, I
oh,
went
maybe because of this, maybe, I guess, and also because you told me that Han Solo's kid's evil, I guess, so maybe let's like try and make that work, even though that's all very dumb. Let's try and make that work. Let's go.
besides Rose ruined The Last Jedi. Josh, you're just saying that because you hate Asian girls.
You literally hate Asians, dude. That's fucked up.
The first line in The Last Jedi is, I'm fucking gay and stupid and I'm a dumb fucking idiot. You just had your
Really
ringtone on in the theater. You had your ringtone on in the theater. You got a call.
It's all really fucked up.
Okay, Bong says this again. I will say it. Rogue One is so Filoni pilled to go back and watch it. It's so fucking slow.
No, I mean, I can see the Filoni-isms in there, but it's a good movie. There's solid character development. There's solid structure. And the ending is very effective. And the cinematography. You talk about good-looking Star Wars films. The opening of that movie alone, I would say, is like some of the best-looking Star Wars ever. Actually, I love the.
You guys are
look
pissing me off right now.
Yeah, well, let's keep going. Let's just keep going, and then they're gonna have to accept what the fuck our tier list is. Okay.
Filoni should
These
own
are
the
people
Star
who
Wars
just
franchise.
tapped in and dipped in now when we've been talking about this motherfucking shit. We
For like
spent an
3
hour talking about episode 1 alone, which was pissing me off. But let's just keep going.
Along with okay,
We're gonna
whatever.
burn it. We gotta burn
listen, I put Solo in here already. It's in the bottom of good. Go ahead and whatever. You can agree or disagree.
I
Maybe
no, I
it
would put
above
it in
Force
mid.
Awakens.
What do you mean? That's mid. Solo? Solo? We're in the beginning of Solo. It goes. I mean, look. I would. No, it's fine. Yeah, but below episode 1.
Yeah.
I mean, it opens with when he's going to the guy and he goes, "I'm Han. What's your last name? I don't know. So you're traveling solo?" Give me
That's
a
Solo.
break.
Darth Maul. Yes. You know what? This can be the Darth Maul tier.
Yeah. Yeah, dude.
It's true. I didn't
There's
watch
still
Solo,
so,
TBH. That's fine. So honestly, Solo
Darth Maul.
isn't like a terrible movie. I'm not gonna say it's terrible. It's a suitable movie. It's just kind
It's
of
fine.
dumb. It's like, why'd I watch this? What was the point of this movie?
Yeah, there is no
To
point.
explain the 12 parsecs? Was that the whole point?
There's no fucking.
To make a love interest that we know he's not going to end up with?
Right, when it's like.
To set up a gang that appears in Star Wars Outlaws several years later in a video game?
Yeah.
Can we count Andor as a movie and put it in Elite?
No,
No,
but
we'll do shows
this is
separately.
going to be a whole. Maybe at some point, look, if everyone wants to agree on a time to tap in, we can do all Star Wars properties
Yeah,
and
let's
spend 6 hours fighting. But yeah, I can't wait to see Boba Fett. Obviously, that's just below tier. All right, what's left?
That's it. That's all the movies. I mean, I shouldn't say that. There's one more movie. There's
No, we need.
There's 4
Yeah,
more
we're
movies on
missing the Clone Wars movie, which would be in.
Right, here, give me 2 seconds and I'll set up the rest of this. I'll get the rest of the images in here.
This is tough. Look, I think this is a solid list. I mean, this is like. I stand by this for sure.
Yeah.
I'm also like satisfied. I'm impressed that I was able to convince you to put episode 1 where it is. If anything, I will tell you I feel bad looking at this list. Look, because I told you when we were all done with the list, I wanted to go back and look at it again. and I feel bad at episode 1 is sitting where it's sitting, to be honest.
I will say, I still enjoy
But I'm telling you
episode 1
too,
more.
though, that like no, I feel like the margin as a Star Wars person, the margin between terrible and good is like it doesn't even exist in a sense because it's just Rise of Skywalker is literally an assault on filmmaking, and then there's everything else. So I don't know. I don't know, folks. I don't know. Now Max is
Sorry.
in autism.
Yeah, I'll be 1 second. I'm setting up.
When we talk about Anakin being a poorly written character until he becomes Vader, see, Remy, now you see what I'm saying, though. That's episode 3, though. That's where it comes into this is a well-written character. This is good stuff. But you do get a hint of that in episode 2, where I killed them. I killed them all. The children.
Okay, I've got the other movies here.
I mean, look, the Darth Maul deal. This is hilarious, actually. I mean, we should just leave as it is because there's just Darth Maul.
Yeah, it is fun. No, but I did say earlier, I didn't get my word out. I enjoy episode 1 more than episode 2, watching it. But on the objective
this
list
was
of things,
because
I understand why I would put it below.
I would say, like, this argument, the way that this lies is because Max actually really likes episode 1, and I think it's literally a bad movie.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that I still like elements, and despite the fact, like I just said, I mean, there should be a whole other tier between everything else in terms of, like, Rise of Skywalker. Like,
We could do it.
Yeah, just leave it blank. I mean, I don't. It's like levels down. I don't. As somebody who just likes Star Wars in general, I feel like I don't know. I mean, we need.
Yeah, no, I can't be this color. It's too fucked. There you go. Then we'll put bad. There you go. So we got elite, great, good, Darth Maul, bad, terrible. So
Bad with a question mark. Bad.
Okay.
That's it. That's this is it.
So we have 4 other movies. They're not all theatrical, but I put them in there anyway. And I'm also
the Ewoks. Yeah, dude, I've seen. See, and this is the other thing. Come at me about the way I feel about the motherfucking Last Jedi, and tell me you've seen both Ewok films and the Clone Wars film and the holiday special, and tell me, because I fucking motherfucking have. Let's do that right now. Boom. Let's go.
Okay, let's start with Clone Wars movie.
It's bad.
It's bad. Star Wars holiday special.
By the way, though, let's talk about it for 1 second because it's the character. It's the Jabba's son. The main plot of the Clone Wars movie, the theatrical release Clone Wars film, was Anakin having to save Jabba's son, and apparently in the Mandalorian and Grogu movie, Jeremy Allen White, who's the bear in the bear, like
this TV show, yeah.
Carmi in the bear in the TV show is playing that character from Clone Wars, the movie.
Yeah.
So, like, this goes for you in terms of like canon, how deep canon runs.
These are
out of the Hutland.
This is this is gonna happen in the Dave Filoni first live action movie he's ever done. That was his decision, and Josh earlier said Dave Filoni should own Star Wars. I'm gonna say that really quick. Listen, I want this to be good.
Absolutely not. So That's what's happening there. If you've seen that movie, it's very bad. But let's get back to the list. So there we go. That's in bad. The first Ewok movie would also be in bad with a question mark. I feel like the rest of these three, to be honest, I don't really feel. The first Ewok may be in. I mean, Darth Maul isn't in it, so it's hard to.
Yeah, I mean,
hard to clear.
They're bad.
I would put the Clone Wars movie ahead of the holiday special.
Yeah, sure. I was doing that in terms of enjoyment.
Maybe then the first Ewok movie. But then, the second Ewok movie has, like, the wizards and all that crazy shit.
Is Caravan of Courage the first one? I forget.
Yeah, Caravan of Courage.
Okay. You'd put that above Holiday Special?
I would, yeah.
Yeah. Not too many opinions now, weirdly enough. On these. In the chat. Odd. Must not have Darth Maul in it or something.
Have you seen Caravan of Courage?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Plus. Have you seen the Ewok show? The cartoon? There's a character.
I've seen and I've seen some of the Droids cartoon too.
There's a character.
Didn't I send you the one of the Droids cartoon that was
we talked about this.
Kylo Ren, but not. It was like Kylo Ren or something. Like
No,
Kylo Ren. Ren.
I was watching the Ewok show. Or was it the Droid show? I was watching
It's
it.
the Droid show. The Droids cartoon had Kylo Ren.
You may have sent that to me, but I definitely was just watching it on my own someday in a voice chat. And I'm like, wait, this episode is called The Revenge of Kylo Ren? What the fuck? And then I was like, yeah, I was going to say there's a whole character named Kylo Ren. Here he is. This guy's in Star Wars. If Clone Wars is the top of bad, I shudder to think what the other three shits are. Have you not seen the holiday special?
Yeah, the holiday special is a classic.
I mean, that's fun to watch.
I mean, in terms of being bad.
You get to meet Mala and Itchy and the other one.
Chewbacca's wife and son
and father-in-law.
And the little son going looking up and then...
Yeah. You know, it's funny that I feel like there's a reimagining of one of the characters in Andor. There's a character in the holiday special that is like this older guy who runs a shop but is secretly like part of the rebellion. And that's kind of just one of the characters in Andor. You're understanding what I'm saying right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're like, what the fuck?
I feel like this is, I mean, you gotta save the list now. Save the list posted in, yeah.
Chill Rowdy's gay.
Come at us.
But yeah, here, we'll go over the list real quick. Hey, where are we woke yet? And we just finished making our tier list. Suck my dick. Elite was episode 3 for the Empire and Star Wars, and we just kind of like, they're interchangeable. Great was Return of the Jedi, then Rogue One, then The Last Jedi. We will and have fought you on that. Good, we put episode 2, and then The Force Awakens. In Darth Maul, we put episode 1 and Solo. In bad, we put Clone Wars, the theatrical movie. Ewok's Caravan of Courage, Star Wars Holiday Special, and Ewok Adventures. And in terrible, we put Star Wars Episode 9, The Rise of Skywalker.
That's it. That's the official ranking right now.
We'll stand by that.
I'm going to stand by this. And listen, I know we had a heated episode 1 debate, and I appreciate that. It lands where it lands right
I don't
now.
think it was that heated. I think we came to a very clear
I
understanding.
mean, not heated, but you know what I mean? Spirited.
Yeah, because I mean, we've talked about it before. We already knew what we were getting into with that. It just kind of comes down to like, I enjoy things you don't.
Sure. Sure.
Or like things don't bother me as much. Kind of, you know.
Yeah. But look, alas, I saw a little list here.
I'm standing with episode.
Steve Elvis says I'm standing with episode 1. I don't care, and this is that's you're on Team Max here. I mean, Max loves episode 1.
I would put it.
Is that fair to say you love it?
Yeah, I absolutely love episode 1. It's it's like probably top 2.
Again, I do want to add that this is all existing in such a bubble in terms of being Star Wars. I mean, I love Star Wars. I mean, it's not. I feel like I'm not talking about it. Things even in normal circumstances.
Bong, you've been here. I like episode 1 more than 2. But we're trying to be somewhat objective with this list. And speaking to that, the one thing
we're trying to be we're trying to entertain both of our opinions and objectivity.
Yes.
And marry those 3 things into an overall opinion.
And we're not trying. Yeah, we're trying to have like
my opinion, Max's opinion, and like some.
I watch episode 1 way more than I watch episode 2. I'll put it that way. But I'm still fine with putting episode 2 there because I think it's got more going for it. One thing I would say in terms of objectivity, I completely understand where you're coming from, but I think Star Wars, the original movie, should be in great.
I just can't stand for it.
And that's fine. We can keep it there. I'm just saying that's what I think. I think you'll understand my opinion. But
it's the thing.
It is the thing, but
see, that's my. Oh no! I'd have to unplug everything.
Just disappears from the call.
I just have there's a print right there. If somebody could zoom in.
Yeah, I'll zoom in.
Japanese print of Star Wars on my wall.
Gotcha. Right there in the middle.
That's from the first Star Wars.
Therefore, elite.
Japanese print of that's to me.
I got a poster on my wall.
That's elite. It's the thing.
I have a poster too. Where the fuck is it?
Of episode 1.
No.
Guys, I'm going to bed. Have hallelujah. Go to bed.
Okay. Good night.
What you gotta do. Thank you for tapping in.
Where the fuck's my poster? Shit. Yeah. Fuck. Give me 2 seconds. I think it's in the other room.
Oh my god. Running out to do it. Bung, I will also just suggest that I don't always love your opinion when it comes to movies. So
it wasn't.
So it's what it is.
I have a Darth Maul poster.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I also have a Kylo Ren poster on my wall. It's The Force Awakens. But, you know.
I got a fucking gold Kylo Ren Funko Pop somewhere. Bro suggested a mumble. Dude, I'm done.
Not.
What happened?
I'm a boy.
Just talking shit on Bong a little bit, and then now they're mad. Listen, at the end of the day, we got the tier list done. It's here. Are you gonna? Did you screen cap it, or what did you do?
I'll do it after stream. Because I gotta zoom out and shit to get a good one.
Well,
Yeah.
let's
Okay.
call it.
Thanks for
This started as a Daredevil React stream, and then we did this fucking Star Wars tier list. But tomorrow, we're coming at it with fucking news and bits and dicks. And it's going to be your traditional Woke Wednesday late night stream, late night show.
Glup Shido tier list. It's a good idea. Who's the gluppiest
That's not
Shido?
bad.
You know, I like Woke Wednesday, tier list Tuesday, tier
Uh-oh.
list Taco Tuesday.
Could be something.
Baba Booey.
That could be how we get to our road to affiliate, road to 50. Let me tell you something. We're 2 away from 50, which is what we really need right now.
Yeah. Shout
So we
out
need
Jeff.
to get these. Tomorrow, that's the goal. Tomorrow night.
Yeah.
We're going to go on around 11:30 Eastern Standard Time. And we're going to get after it, yeah.
All right.
Do the traditional show.
Thanks for watching. Thanks
With
for
gags
yelling.
and goops and comes and oops.
Listen, before we end, I just want to say everything we said to you guys in chat, I completely and utterly mean it. It was not a joke. If I called you a dumbass, I meant it. But yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks for following, Jip. Thanks for
Do I have to do the song?
engaging.
Or do
you want to write a new song?
does it count?
Do you want to do a one-off song?
Just wanna-
Do you want to do like a hardcore song? Love you too, guys. Love you, Velvet. Wait. That's how they do it.
Go.
Can we do a
There we
pose
go.
of silence?
Oh shit! I almost got I got it. Oh shit. Anyway. In this Tuesday. Here you go. Hear this Tuesday. Bye bye.
Thanks for watching our tier list Tuesday. Are we woke yet? Yes, we are. It's time for bed. Beep beep boop boop beep beep. Star Wars beep beep boop. Whatever. Follow us on Twitch. You already did.
Hello. Tier list Tuesday. Bye bye. 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 Tier list Tuesday. Bye bye.